Can't make that up.
All right, ready to proceed in jury.
Fifth grade, Your Honor.
State and call its next witness.
I do.
This microphone, you can adjust for
Okay. My name's Tommy Craft.
And are you currently employed?
No, I'm not. I'm retired.
Where are you retired from?
The Georgia State Patrol.
How long were, excuse me, how long were you with Georgia State Patrol?
35 years and 7 months.
With whose county?
Yeah, that's right.
Now, did you have occasion to be involved in an investigation back in September of 2015?
I did.
All right, so tell me what was involved in that investigation.
So at the time, I was Director of Communications for the Department of Public Safety, the Georgia State Patrol. And I got a call from our command staff that I needed to come over here and withdraw or grab some evidence, the hard drive and the thumb drive of the patrol car involved in the accident.
And what was on that hard drive and thumb drive?
It's the recording of the events going on, whether it's a traffic stop, crash, and so forth. Is what's on it.
So can you tell me how that system works?
It's a watchguard system. It's constantly recording, and it can be activated by the lapel mic that the trooper's wearing, or it can be activated for a significant event, or it can be activated once the blue lights are done. And that starts the recording.
Right, and so where is this hard drive actually located?
Located in the trunk of the car.
And then it's a flash drive?
That's correct. Like a little thumb drive that you stick in the computer.
Okay, and so does it, what is the flash drive?
So what they do, at the particular time, those flash drives were 16 gigabytes, I think. So they would take that thumb drive out when it starts telling you when the data is getting to its full status, and they would take it out and offload the video recordings to server there at the control station.
Okay, and so you gathered both of those things?
I did both, yes. It's contained in one unit.
And the camera that records to the hard drive and flash drive, where is that?
The camera head is on the windshield,
Specifically?
typically on the passenger side of the car.
Okay, bottom?
There's a mirror mount that mounts to the right of the mirror, and attaches to the visor, so just a few inches below the visor.
Okay. And I'm sorry, you took the hard drive and flash drive and you did it?
I brought it back to our headquarters and turned it over to our internal affairs.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, we attend our state's 12. I'm sorry, it's the dashcam.
No objection, Claudia.
And just to be clear, this, the hard drive and flash drive came from whose vehicle?
It came from Trooper Scott's Lou.
The exhibit 12 is admitted and
Thank you. Now, is the system constantly recording, or once the camera's been activated?
So once the system is powered up, it's constantly recording.
Okay, and so this clearly, the significant event happened, but clearly there's video in reverse, right?
Correct.
It started back before the event. Can you explain that?
So the system's set up that it reacts to, it's constantly always recording, but once the officer or trooper triggers the blue lights or the lapel mic or significant events, that starts recording from that event, from the action, I should say.
Okay, but in this case, the trooper was not running lights or sirens.
No.
And so again, we have video from before the actual impact.
From the hard drive, it was pulled from the hard drive as well, here's it.
Okay, so all of that was recorded.
That's correct.
It records that, does it record a certain time of that from the event?
So if you're aggravating the blue light, at the time it was 1 minute and 6 seconds, but that appears to be well over 1 minute and 6 seconds, so that would have been pulled from the hard drive.
Okay.
What it leads me to.
Okay, understood. All right, thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Crash.
Good morning.
Down to retire, what do you do for a living?
Absolutely nothing. Honey leaves.
So you were called out. Did you go out the evening of, or when did
The morning after it happened.
you, where was the vehicle?
It was at a body shop. I don't remember the name of the body shop.
Was it somewhere here in the local West Fork area?
Yes.
And you had been director, let me ask you, before you were director of communications, were you a trooper?
I was
Okay, how long were you a road trooper?
for 24 years.
What others did you work at?
Mainly out of the Thompson, Grovetown, near Augusta offices.
And you got into director of communications when?
That was in 2013.
And is that where you retired from?
No, in 2015 I left being a sworn status and I was appointed to director of facilities for the maintenance and buildings of our state patrol and motor carrier compliance buildings statewide.
Okay. And that's that position you retired from?
That's correct.
Okay. And so when you went out and you retrieved these items, did you go with the team or was it just you?
No, just our command staff called. I got the phone call to come out there and they gave me the address. And basically I would come out, pop the hood open, and got the hard drive out and the thumb drive and brought it back to our people over there on United.
Have you ever done any work examining other vehicles, what's called ERs or print data?
No, I've never done anything like that.
Just for the sector?
Yes.
I want to ask you, say you introduced a video, and I want to play our version of that, if I may. Like we have it on this one, because that's how it was provided to us earlier. Is that something you can give you a display?
You can share it from your computer, though.
Okay, I just want to share it.
Is it a Windows computer? Hit the Windows button, F.
Yeah.
If the mayor would please take the jury.
You need to connect to courtroom 4C Wi-Fi. Well, I'm going to
we're technically in a recess. I'm just staying in here. So if anyone needs to step out, you can go ahead and step out. That's all right.
I got it. Just got that down, but can I share it so you can see it? Okay.
State entered that objection. This is what for the record. Was played on Windows Media Player. We have shown opposing counsel insofar as the rate or the speed that the video was played is 1.0, which we take to be playing intended regular speed.
Right.
I know counsel had a different video. I believe that's not the DVD, that's our counsel. I'm told it's an old DVD. For what it's worth, there might be different playback speeds just based on the media. Insofar as 60 as well. We do believe that is what it is. What it is the last section. If there's any question as to the pop-up, I think certainly we can address it now. I leave it open to counsel.
Yeah, I would withdraw it. We've done a courtroom science project showing any protection if you want to give it about
I don't believe there was actually any objection from in front of the jury. It was just that we needed to, I actually think it might have been the state's objection, that we just needed to take a minute.
Oh, sure. Yeah,
But I don't think it was a technical objection.
It was not just, but he did indicate, I'd like to make it our version, so I think that makes me clear with that.
Okay.
And I have a conflict of that. I will say our version. I should say mine.
All right.
Or you want to, I don't.
I can either give them an instruction that both parties had a copy of the same video, they have been compared and they're the same. Or I would allow Mr. Pilgrim to say that he called it his version and we've compared the videos and they're the exact same. If y'all want me to do it, I am perfectly fine to do that.
That either way is fine.
All right. Then let me just go ahead and do it. I'll just state that there was a reason to excuse the jury due to a statement regarding a different version of the video, but the parties have viewed both videos and the parties consent the videos are exactly the same. Everybody good with that?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, we can go ahead and bring in the jury. you may be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, there was a statement, we took a brief break regarding a different version of the video. The parties have viewed both videos. They both have the same piece of evidence. They have confirmed and consented that both videos are the exact same. And so you have to follow that and understand that there is no different video, and you can't take any inference from that whatsoever. And the parties have consented the videos are the same. Any objection to the charge?
There you go.
There you go.
All right, thank you. You can go forward.
Mr. President, that's all I have. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Nothing further.
All right, thank you. Corporal Crofton, you may be excused. Have a good day. You're welcome to stay if you'd like. The state can call its next witness.
Thank you. We're going to call Mr. John McCorley.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give in this case is the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. You can be seated. You can adjust that microphone so it's comfortable. It bends. You can move it around. There's also water for your convenience.
Okay.
Go ahead. How are you today?
I'm great, thank you.
Excellent. What do you do, Mr. McCorley?
I am a owner and operator for Subway Sandwich.
Okay. Get more than one?
Yes, sir. 9 locations.
Is that local?
Yes, sir. Carroll, Harrelson, Douglas.
All right. Is there anything you do part-time or as a volunteer?
Yes, fire department. At this point, I'm, for the most part, retired. I guess you could consider it auxiliary.
Okay. Well, let's talk about 2015.
Okay.
Were you auxiliary then?
No, sir.
Okay. Well, what did you do?
Part-time and volunteer.
Okay. Who was that for?
The city of Bremen.
Specifically the city of Bremen.
Fire department. Yes, sir.
Thank you. And how long did you work with the fire department?
A total of about 31 years, but about 25 or so there. I think 98 when I started there.
What kind of background do you have to be a volunteer firefighter?
I went through the rookie school. I went through training in Carroll County. Probably 5 years prior to going to Bremen, and just kept my training up for a number of years.
Okay. Were you ever full-time?
No, sir. I had an opportunity of full-time, and I did not go full-time. I just couldn't take the pay cut.
Right. So on September 26, 2015, did you respond to a collision site?
Yes, sir.
On that was, I guess it was before midnight.
Yes, sir.
All right. And how did you find out? Call, radio?
Yeah, radio.
And where were you? Where did
I'm pretty sure I was at home.
you grab your stuff and went?
Yes, sir. I had everything pretty much in the truck.
Was it common for you to have the radio on?
Sir?
Was it common for you to have the radio on?
Yes, sir.
And how long did it take you to get there?
4 to 5 minutes.
Now, when you arrived, what did you do?
A vehicle down a ravine, a state patrol car down a ravine, and then a car in the middle of the northbound lane, or between the middle and the shoulder of the northbound lane.
And where did you park from? Your truck?
I don't remember, I'm sorry.
Did you observe anyone in the road?
Yes, sir.
All right, and that was the young woman.
Yes, sir.
Okay, where was she located?
If I remember correctly, she was on the passenger side of the vehicle that was in the road.
And while you were on the scene, what did you do?
Just help package her as far as get her on a backboard, a C-collar, which is a neck brace, and sheet rolls, and some different stuff to keep her stable for transport to the hospital.
When you arrived, did you immediately go to her?
I did a quick, 360 around the car and went to her first because she looked like she's possibly the most critical.
And when I guess you first walked up to her, what condition did you say that she was in?
Semi-conscious and talking.
So did you converse with her?
Yes, sir.
I guess how would you describe her condition?
Still semi-conscious, repeating that she wanted to call her mom.
Was she pain?
I was treated as if it was a head injury because she just kept repeating it. She wanted to call her mom, so she didn't, I don't remember her complaining about anything, but I think being semi-conscious, she was pretty much in shock.
So when you are responding to someone with this condition, what's important to you?
The most important is just keeping her safe and getting her transported to the nearest facility as soon as possible.
And how would you go about keeping her safe?
Basically getting her out of the road at that point, onto a backboard and into an ambulance.
You didn't have that with you.
No, sir.
But you just tried to kind of keep her calm. You couldn't tell her eyes.
Sir, say that again, I'm sorry.
You just tried to keep her calm until when her eyes.
Yes, sir. It was a fairly big scene with a lot going on, multiple patients and stuff, and just had a lot going on. But we did try to keep her calm. We do have backboards and collars and stuff on the fire truck.
To the best of your recollection, how long were you with her until that board?
Maybe 3 to 4 minutes.
And when someone arrived with that, what did you do?
We got her onto the backboard. Like I say, I don't remember all this, but got her onto the backboard. And from that point, when the ambulance crew arrived, the ambulance crew took over patient care.
Do you remember her name?
Kylie.
Kylie. Once Kylie was on the ambulance, did you do anything else at the scene?
Yes, sir. We just started working on the car and the person in the car.
When you say the car, which car?
Not the state car, the passenger car in the road.
Okay, where was that car?
Northbound between the shoulder of the road and the middle of the road.
Like up on the embankment?
No embankment. No, sir. It was from what I remember, it was just in the road.
Okay. And what did you do? I don't know.
Worked with the jaws. We had somebody trapped in that car. So just basically taking the car off from around the patient, get the patient out.
Okay. Let's talk about that.
Okay?
I know that.
Okay.
When you say the jaws, what do you refer to?
The jaws are hydraulic tools that basically cut, spread, or pull something apart. But we're trying to keep the passenger as stable as possible while we're moving the car from around them.
So you said, did you operate the jaws?
I don't remember for sure. There were several of us involved in that. I don't remember for sure. I'm sorry.
Do you remember how many people needed to be removed from the vehicle using the jaws?
How many people were needed? I don't remember. Typically it takes.
Oh, sorry, that's that question.
Okay.
How many people were in the vehicle that needed the jaws so they could be removed?
So if I'm not mistaken, just from what I can recall, one maybe.
Okay. Who was that? Who that was? Right. Is that a young female?
I don't remember for sure. I'm sorry.
Okay. Do you remember where they were located on the vehicle?
I want to say front seat, but I don't. I'll say I don't remember for sure on that.
And once the person was removed, did you provide any other assistance?
No, sir. After that, we were, for the most part, starting to clean up.
Right, 1 second. No further questions, subject to redirect.
Morning, sir.
Good morning.
I will bet you were very popular around the firehouse with all your saying.
Yes,
Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Looking like your friends there.
Everybody likes to eat.
Best place to eat is the firehouse. Just quickly, you were at the house. I'm assuming you lived somewhere near this intersection.
Yes, but it's actually the north side of town, but yes, sir. 5 minutes, 6 minutes.
And when you say north side of town, now north side of Bremen.
Yes, sir. That's where I live then.
And you got there, I'm assuming down US 27 that night. You come right down 4 lane.
Yes, sir.
And you said you've been in fire services for 31 years or so.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to take it, you tell me if I'm wrong, you worked a few car accidents before.
Yes, sir. At that intersection, yes, sir.
And that intersection is technically outside the city limits of Bremen, correct?
Correct.
But you guys always would assist Carroll County, either close by, y'all can get there, that's right.
Yes, sir.
So you did work accidents at that intersection before.
Yes, sir.
So when you got the call, you were familiar with where it was.
Yes, sir.
And I want to ask you, at the time, I know you said you volunteered. What was your rank at that time, or did you have it?
I don't know for sure. At that time, there was a time that I was volunteer chief. It was, like I say, I don't know at that particular time exactly what my rank was. I'm sorry.
Did you ever compile reports as part of your job at the Bremen Fire Department? You put together reports or sign off on them after any call, not just this one, but any call?
Yes, sir.
And it's important, and having learned in many years that compiling those reports is important to do probably soon after it happened.
Yes, sir.
And why is that? So you don't forget any of that?
Correct.
And the information that's in there, you want to give it as quickly as you can to the report so you don't, because you might have another call and something's going to happen to there.
Yes, sir.
That's all I have.
Thank you.
Redirect?
No, you're on back.
All right, thank you. Any objection to Mr. McCorley being excused?
Not for the sake.
None for the sake, Chairman. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. McCorley. You may be excused. And the state can call its next witness.
Thank you. I will call Amanda Baker.
All right, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give is the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God? All right, you can lower your hand and be seated. And the microphone is on. You can adjust it, pull it towards you, whatever you need to do. And they're also
Good morning.
Good morning.
How are you? Just a little bit more for the microphone, sorry. Okay.
Okay.
How do you introduce yourself to the jury?
I'm Amanda Janette.
Miss Janette. You formerly known as Amanda Baker.
Yes.
And how long have you been Amanda Janette?
Probably 3-4 years now.
In 2015, you were married.
Yes.
And Ms. Baker, were you a first responder?
I was a firefighter.
Very good. 26, you respond to a collision site, 27 Alice Spring Road.
Yes.
Oh. What caused you to get dispatched?
Well, I was at the station as a volunteer, an alarm went out, and of course we responded.
Okay. You remember how long it took you to get there?
From Station 7, maybe 8-10 minutes, maybe.
When you arrived, you remember kind of how you observed the scene, what you saw?
It's been a long time, so
understand.
kind of have a hard time remembering exact details or anything like that.
Well, did you attend a young man control room?
Yes.
Okay. You remember his name?
I don't.
Okay. Do you remember how he
I want to say that he was kind of dark-headed as far as his looks. And he was sitting on the ground when I came up to him.
How did you know to approach him and give him some assistance?
Well, I knew just from looking around, I could tell he was one of the people in the vehicle.
Okay.
And he, looked injured, bleeding from the ear.
All right. And what assistance did you provide?
For him, I started trying to ask him questions. I can't remember particularly what they were at the time. As far as what I remember and what I've read from previous transcripts are two different things, though, and I don't want to lie.
Oh, no. And I'm just going to ask you what you remember.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
But you remember having interactions.
I do remember having interactions.
You remember his demeanor.
He was very confused.
Okay. And had you responded to previous police?
Yes.
Is confusion unusual for someone who's been in police?
Not at all.
Do you remember anything specifically about how you provided aid, or do you just remember interacting?
I just remember interacting with him.
Do you remember if you smelled any alcohol?
I don't recall.
You don't recall? If you had, would you make note of it and told anyone?
Definitely, I would have at least told an officer nearby or one of my higher up firefighters, my lead firefighter, or an officer.
Okay. Do you remember telling anyone else?
I do not.
Perhaps an unusual question, but we did want that. Were you pregnant at the time?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recollect you were the only pregnant woman on the scene?
I believe so.
Okay. Thanks.
You're
No
welcome.
further questions.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor. It's Janette.
Jeanette.
Okay, just real quickly, do you recall any other EMS or first responders being on the scene that you were?
Well, I know who I rode in the truck with, of course.
And who was that?
Brandon Baker and Jordan Limbaugh.
And Brandon Baker, same last name as you, Brian, or was it your husband?
At the time, yes.
And I'm assuming your child was what?
She's 9.
And that's involved with on the truck. Did you recognize anybody else?
I know from transcripts and videos, but do I actually remember them? No.
Did you know who Jessica Cole was at the scene?
Yes.
And at that time, what did you know Jessica Cole was your job?
I'm not sure. I know she was on the ambulance. I'm not sure at that point if she was an EMT or a paramedic.
But she was employed in ambulance service, is that there?
Yes.
Okay, that's all of what you need. And we see you, we watch the video, we see you in that video. You were standing in front of the patrol car, and the young man that you were attending to was sitting below you in that area. I guess the bunker of the car was there. If you remember.
I remember that he was sitting. I don't remember the location or if he was against anything.
That's all I have.
Okay, I have a question. How do you spell your last name, just for the record for the court reporter? Chenettete. Thank you very much. Any objection to this witness being excused?
Yeah. No, you're sorry.
That's all right. Thank you, Ms. Janette. You may be excused. You're welcome to stay in the courtroom if you would like. The state can call its next witness.
State call Martin Shanks.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give in this case is the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God? All right, you can lower your hand and have a seat. And you can adjust the microphone so that we can hear you. It's bendable. You can pull it towards you however you need to be comfortable. And there's also some water tissue.
All right. Good morning.
Can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Marcus Shanks.
And Mr. Shanks, what do you do for a living?
I'm a firefighter for the city of Carrollton, and I'm also a paramedic with Ambulatory EMS.
Then how long have you been in that field?
Fire department since 2008, and with Ambulatory from 11 to 19, and I've been back with Ambulatory since last year.
Okay, so tell me where did you first work?
I first worked at City of Carrollton, which I was still employed in 2008. Then I went to Ambulatory in 2011, working both jobs still. And then in 2019, I left Ambulatory, went to West Georgia for 5 years. And as of June last year, I'm back at Ambulatory.
So you've been doing this a long time?
A very long time. Yes, ma'am.
All right, did you have occasion to respond to a collision in September of 2015?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, can you tell me, how did you get there?
Came in an ambulance. I think it was Medic 3. We just returned from the county from taking a patient to Redmond from a different accident. As we were coming back into the county,
Now, where is it?
up in Rome. Yes, ma'am.
All right, I'm sorry.
No,
On
you're
your way
good.
back?
On our way back, we got dispatched to an accident at the intersection of Highway 27 and I think it was Holly Springs Road. And told dispatch we were en route to the call.
Okay. And who's we?
Me and my partner,
Who's
Ken Hicks.
All right. So you're right on the scene when you see.
Got on scene. Before we got there, we was asking where was our patient located at. They told us that she was at the intersection of Highway 27 and Holly Springs, that she was laid in the roadway.
Okay. And did you rectify her application?
Yes, ma'am, we did.
And what condition was she in?
When we got to her, fire department was there also, and they already had her on the backboard. She was talking, not saying much. I introduced myself to her. She was in bad shape. She was a little cyanotic around the lips.
Tell me what that is.
It's a bluish color. It lets me know that she's not oxygenating well. I knew we had to get her in the back of the truck as quick as possible. So we loaded her up, put her on a number breather, got her in the back of the truck. Number breather delivers oxygen to patients to help them breathe a little bit better. Got her in the back of the truck. I was sitting in the airway seat. My partner, Kid Higgs, he was on the bench seat establishing an IV.
And how long did it take? Where did you take her?
We took her to Atlanta Medical Center once we left the scene.
Okay. How long did that take?
Same forever. Probably, I think maybe 35, 40 minutes, 45 minutes, I guess. I was in the back. I don't really know how long it took us at the time.
Okay. And why they're not closer?
I knew she needed a level 1 trauma center, but just simply because of the mechanism of injury. That alone was enough for me to say she needed a trauma medical center. So that's why we went to Atlanta.
Okay. Did her condition change on the way?
It did. It did. So I noticed that she started developing bruising around the eyes, and like her level of consciousness decreased before we left the scene. I knew that she had blood and secretion coming out of her mouth, so I knew I needed to protect her airway. So the choice was made that we needed to intubate her, which is a breathing tube that helps our patients breathe a little better. So we ended up having to chemically sedate her. We did that. And, before we did that, she told me her first name. She told me her first name, and she asked for her mom. Her name was Kylie. Yes, ma'am.
So when you get to Atlanta Medical Center, then what happens?
We get to Atlanta Medical Center. We get her out of the stretcher. We get her out of the ambulance. She's still on the stretcher. We wheel her in. The trauma staff is there waiting on us. Take her in the trauma room. We give the doctors and the nurse a report of the accident, what we know of the accident, and the patient condition, and the treatment we provided. And we answer any other questions that they have for us before we come back to our response on.
Did you have interaction with anyone else at the scene? I apologize, terrible question. Did you have interaction with any of the other people involved in the
No, ma'am. No, Kylie was my responsibility. No, ma'am.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Good morning.
Real quick, you mentioned you had been in ambulance care for a long time.
Yes, sir.
And you said you were in the city fire department?
Yes, City of Carrollton. I'm still employed there.
Okay, so you're a certified firefighter?
Yes, sir.
As well as
Paramedic.
Paramedic as well. Okay. And you work with ambulance care, and maybe Drew doesn't understand it. Primarily, what areas do ambulance care service provide service to?
Entire Harrison County area.
Okay. And this was technically outside of Harrison County, but you guys have occasionally gone outside of Harrison County to help. Is that fair?
Yes, sir. It's kind of a gray area right there at Harrison and Carroll County line. So it's a gray area right there. Yes, sir.
And then you said you worked with West Georgia provides service primarily Carroll County.
Yes, sir. Mm-hmm.
And I think Tanner had bought some stuff for them.
Yes, sir.
And how long have you been in the paramedic EMS emergency service business?
I got my EMT in late 2008. I went to paramedic school in 2013. became a paramedic in 2014, and I've had it ever since.
During your career, a long one now, have you ever worked an accident you've had to call a lifeline?
Yes, sir.
Was that a decision that you made, or somebody else made that decision on this one?
It's kind of a team effort. When a call is paged out, depending on what dispatch tells us, we'll go ahead and have a helicopter en route, or we have them on standby. If somebody's on scene, then they'll either confirm the helicopter or they'll call a helicopter also. So it's kind of a collaborative help, teamwork between all of us.
And that night, a helicopter was not called.
We requested a helicopter, but they declined due to weather.
Okay. Who did you request?
We went through dispatch,
Okay.
and she reaches out to the available services.
And you didn't actually speak, so it's just, that's what the dispatch told you.
Yes, sir. We just asked dispatch for a helicopter and said they declined due to weather. We just move on from there. You're welcome.
Anything further?
No.
All right. Any objection to Mr. Shanks being excused?
No.
No objection.
All right, thank you, Mr. Shanks. You may be excused. You're welcome to stay if you would like. All right, we're going to take a 15-minute recess.
They're on the way.
Okay, thank you.
before we bring the jury back in, I'm going to make an announcement. These are the types of things that I wish I did not have to do because they are all adults in the courtroom. I understand that there are a lot of emotions in this case. It is dealing with families. If anyone feels themselves needing to take a break, feel free to step in the hallway, step outside. You may get up and take a break at any time. That is something that I am 100% okay with. It is not disrupting. It does not disrupt anything going on in the court if you quietly take a break. What I will not put up with is a threat being made from one person in the courtroom to the other. It was reported to me when I took the last recess that there was a member in the courtroom of the audience who made threatening statements to another person in attendance. This is an open and public courtroom. The only people who will be removed from this courtroom will be by me when you cannot follow my instructions and directions. There will be no threats made from one of you to the other. At this time, I know the statement was made. I do not know who made the statement, but my court personnel does. If that is made again, whether it was the person who made the statement last time or someone else, you will be removed from this courtroom for the remainder of the trial and you cannot come back in. I will not put up with people threatening or making threatening statements to anyone else in this courtroom. Are y'all ready for the jury?
Yes, ma'am.
You may be seated, and the state can call its next witness. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give in this case is the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God? All right, you can lower your hand and be seated. Your microphone is turned off. If you press the bar, the light will turn green. There you go. You can pull it towards you, adjust it, and then also there's some water up there so you get under. All right.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning.
Good morning.
Can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Jessica Polk,
And how long do you work?
currently with the City of Fayetteville Fire Department.
And how long have you been in this area? I'm sorry, how long have you worked in this field?
I went through EMT school in 2009.
Okay, and where did you work after that?
West Georgia Ambulance.
And then after that?
Coweta County Fire Rescue.
Okay, and now you're in Fayetteville?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so how long so are you paramedic, firefighter, EMT?
Firefighter, paramedic.
Now, did you have occasion to go to a call on September 26th of 2015?
Yes, ma'am.
And where were you working there?
For West Georgia Ambulance.
And how did you get notified of Frank's home?
We were returning to the county after a previous call when they called for additional ambulances to this scene.
Okay.
I believe we were the closest unit.
Do you remember what time you got there?
Late. I don't remember. I think looking at previous reports, 11:20 something maybe. I don't remember.
Okay. Late in the evening.
Yes, ma'am.
And do you remember what you saw when you got there?
Several lights, obviously, from multiple police vehicles, fire. We were directed straight to where our patient was located by, I believe it was sheriff's office.
Okay, and who was your patient?
Mr. Wall.
And where was he when you got to the scene?
He was sitting on the side of the road.
And what condition did he appear to be in?
He was conscious, sitting up. He was confused. He had, I think, some Carroll County firefighter personnel already obtaining vital signs on him. I believe there was a bystander who had been talking to him. I can't fully remember.
Okay, so there were other people already around him?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and so what did you do for him?
So while they were finishing up getting vital signs, I went ahead and tried to take a peek at the vehicle. I don't remember who told me when we got there that they suspected he was the driver of the sedan. And so I just went to try to peek at the vehicle to get an idea of the damage sustained to the vehicle. And then returning to him, we went ahead and placed a seat collar on him and secured him to a spine bar to transfer him to the ambulance.
So you said you had a conversation with him. I see you said he was confused.
Yeah, I remember probably asking him his name and if he remembered anything that happened. As far as details further than that, I can't remember exactly what was discussed prior to us moving him. I tried to just get a baseline of, he was conscious, he was alert enough to answer questions, but couldn't really give any details as far as anything further than that.
Could you see visible injury?
I do remember blood, and I think it was his left ear, and he had like an avulsion on his left arm from like a deep laceration on his arm.
Okay. You said you don't remember any conversation you had with him?
Not at that moment. There's multiple times. I mean, obviously, I was with him throughout the whole transport to the hospital. I don't remember the initial conversation with him before getting him into the ambulance, no.
Okay, do you remember any of the conversation?
It's general questions, do you remember what happened? Have you lost consciousness? Were you restrained? Were you driving? Were you a passenger? Where were you going? General questions asked in any situation like this.
Would it possibly refresh your recollection to show you testimony from a previous hearing?
Sure. So this was further on while we were in transport.
Okay.
I thought you were referring to like initial contact with him.
Well, I apologize.
That's fine.
So, do you remember the additional conversation?
Yes, ma'am. But bits and pieces, yes. I know, like initially, if I'm first talking to him, he couldn't tell me where he was, who he was with, where he was going, where he was in the vehicle. I do remember talking to him on the way to the hospital. He was starting to ask questions, is everyone else okay? Are my friends okay? And at the time I told him I didn't know because I truly didn't. I knew that the other patients in the vehicles were critical, but I hadn't had any contact with them. I remember him repeating, asking if everybody else was okay. He did vomit in the back of the ambulance, so from there I had to switch gears to try to maintain his airway, considering he's on a spine board on his back. I remember turning him to the side, him spitting and apologizing over and over, he's sorry for spitting in the back of my ambulance. Well, I'd rather you do that than, it be staying in your mouth. So we got him cleaned up. I remember asking him, if he'd had anything to eat or drink that night. He said he didn't remember because they were supposed to be, I think, at McDonald's, if I remember correctly, but he didn't know if they had ever made it. I asked him if he'd had anything to drink, and he said, like sweet tea, or I said anything to drink, alcohol, non-alcoholic, and he said yes. I said, have you been drinking alcohol tonight? He said yes. He couldn't tell me what, but I do remember him admitting to drinking alcohol that night. He couldn't remember, like I said, if they had gone to get anything to eat. They were supposed to be heading there, but from there he couldn't remember.
Did he know what day it was? Did he know where he was?
Not that I can recall.
Okay. Did you actually smell any alcohol on him?
No.
Okay. And you said you vomited. Would there be the odor of that if it had been present in his stomach?
It's possible. I mean, I've smelled alcohol and vomit, and I've not. At that moment, like I said, I was focused on getting it out of his airway. So as far as the smell, I could have cared less, honestly.
Okay, that's fair. And if there had been an odor of alcohol, you would have noted it.
Yes, ma'am.
In your report?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And you said he wasn't able to tell you any details about the accident, the wreck itself, like where he was, what he was doing, any of those.
No, ma'am.
All right. Now, tell me the significance of the blood coming from his ear to you.
Significance of that could indicate a head injury. I couldn't see any physical injury to the ear that would cause bleeding on the outside of his ear. So if it's not coming from a physical cut, then it leads me to believe obviously it's coming from inside, which can indicate a skull fracture. So that, along with the damage to the vehicle and the significance of the injuries to the other people in the vehicle with him, is why we transported to the trauma hospital.
Okay. And then would a head injury be something that might cause one to vomit?
Yes, ma'am.
Like you said, he was on the backboard, he's in the seat collar, you give him any sort of fluids or anything else on the way to the hospital?
I believe I gave him Zofran to help with the vomiting, but I don't remember actually hanging saline. I'm sure I flushed the Zofran with a saline vial. That's typical with administration, but
Not an actual bag.
not that I can recall.
Did he tell you anything about how he felt?
I remember him complaining of a headache, and he was not happy with the seat collar being on. He did not like how I remember him pulling at it constantly, trying to take it off. So he was uncomfortable. I just had to keep trying to explain to him that was for his safety.
And where did you take him?
To Grady.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Just quickly, at the time of this accident, you were working with West Virginia, where were you at base out of?
My station at the time was out of Clinton, off of, I think it's up 16 and heading toward Whitesburg.
Those of us Carroll County knows, natives know that it is, just so that you're understand, that is south of Carroll County Highway 15 going towards Calgary County.
Yes, ma'am. Or yes, sir.
And you guys responded from the station or from your house?
No, sir. I believe we were barely coming back into Carroll County on I-20 when we received this call.
So you had been to Atlanta?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you were coming back from another hospital run?
Yes, sir.
All right. That particular night, if you remember, who was the driver?
We were told, like I said, Clay Sims.
Okay. Was that your partner?
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's what I mean. And you were working in the back?
Yes.
Okay. Is that generally how you guys do it? One drive, one works in the back, alternate, or is everybody always the driver?
No. At the time, with the service I was with, it was general practice for paramedics to take or ride in the back for advanced life support calls. EMTs, as long as they were intermediate or advanced, they could ride in the back on basic calls.
Okay. And this was considered what type of call?
This was a critical.
And so you guys arrived at the scene. You began to relate. Did you know his name at the time? Dylan Walk. Did you know who he was, and when did you find that out?
I'm sure I asked him. He was able to tell me his name. I don't know if I knew his name prior to asking him.
Okay. Did he tell you how old he was?
I can't remember.
Okay, that's fine. And one of the things I guess you want to do in critical situations such as that is to assess what their knowledge is, where they are, where they're coming from, what they know, what they don't know. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. And you do that because you're trying to figure out their cognitive stage, where they're at, how cognitive abilities. Is that fair?
Yes.
And you testified earlier that he did tell you when you asked him about consuming alcohol that he had consumed it that night, correct?
Yes.
But he didn't tell you how much or where it was actually.
Nothing.
And you were doing that not in a law enforcement capacity, but simply as a medical provider to understand maybe what's in his body versus what you're about to get.
Yes, that, and I'm just trying to gauge as far as his mental status. Is this specifically a potential head injury? Is this a concussion? Is this alcohol? Is it everything above?
And you mentioned that he grew up in the ambulance on the way to Grady. How long was the trip on average did y'all? Because I know you'll run that trip off. So how long would it take from, I don't know, X11 Bremen?
That time of night with the ambulances we have been probably 25, 30 minutes.
Okay. And so somewhere between the time he left the scene and got to Grady, that's when the vomiting happened.
Yes, sir.
And have you been a EMT firefighter for how long now?
I got my EMT in 2009, paramedic 2012.
Almost 20 years, 18 years, something like that.
Don't make me feel older than I am. Yes, sir.
16. And you have seen people that have thrown up from head trauma, correct?
Correct.
Right. And you've also seen people thrown up from being intoxicated, have you not?
Yes, sir.
Okay, for alcohol in their system, too much alcohol.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and that's so that either could be responsible, we don't know for sure.
Correct.
Thank you. That's all right. Thank you.
Anything further?
Okay. Just for clarification, what does the Zofran do?
Zofran is to help with nausea and vomiting.
Okay, so keep you from throwing up.
Correct.
And was he able to tell you he was driving, or did you learn that from someone else?
I do know that I was told by someone on scene that they believed he was the driver.
Okay.
I don't remember if he eventually told me further on in transport or not.
Okay. But he was not able to give you any details about what happened, or what he was doing, or where he did.
Correct.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
I did want to ask one question. You mentioned about here, Zofran. Did you mention anything other than safety solution and Zofran that you recall?
Not that I can recall.
No were said, no
No, sir.
lot of anything like that.
Not to my knowledge, no, sir. And I don't remember it in my report either.
Okay. And you had your report with you?
I don't think so.
That's okay, you know. So you did, but you think you pushed the vial, you didn't hang a bag, correct?
No, sir.
Okay. And just with your verification, pushing is how many cc's or ounces in a vial?
I believe our saline flush were 10 cc's at the time.
And if you were to hang a bag, how many cc's do you expect to be?
You have 500 milliliters and 500.
Okay, so quite a bit more in a bag versus did you ever call it saline lock at the time? Is that term?
That's just what we use to establish the IV, and then you can administer medication from there on. It just keeps the IV closed.
So can't go forth, same sort of thing.
Similar, yes, sir.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Yes, sir.
Anything further?
There you are.
All right, any objection to this witness being excused?
No.
All right, you may be excused. You can remain in the courtroom now if you would like. All right, thanks. You can leave it on. The state can go ahead and call its next witness.
State calls, investigator Jones.
Will you please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give in this case is the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do swear.
All right, you can lower your hand and have a seat. Please feel free to adjust the microphone. It's bendable. You can pull it forward however you need.
Yes, ma'am. This should be fine.
And there's water should you need it.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Hey, my name is Jonathan Driscoll, and I'm currently employed at the Henry County State Court Solicitor's Office, Solicitor General's Office.
And maybe,
I did need to adjust. I'm usually too loud, so I'm scared to speak into these things.
and how long have you been in law enforcement?
I've been in law enforcement for about 20 years now.
Where were you first an officer?
I first became employed at my local hometown sheriff's office, the Lamar County Sheriff's Office. I did basically everything you can do at a little small sheriff's agency, dispatch, jail, eventually the road. I went to the city of Bremen Police Department next, where I did a little bit bigger agency. I got a lot of my experience there. Eventually I got to the point where I had outgrown that agency as well, when I found myself going to the Georgia State Patrol, and that was in 2013.
And what did you do with state patrol?
With the Georgia State Patrol, well, obviously after trooper school and working the road for a little while, I went to the Specialized Collision Reconstruction Team, which is just a specialized unit that focuses on the worst of the worst crashes. We give it the more attention to detail that those more serious crashes need. We have more specialized training, better equipment, more time to focus on those cases.
And you also help other agencies that don't have people who are as trained as you are, correct?
Yes, so the State Patrol was actually formed as a support agency in its inception. So the primary goal is to assist other local agencies as needed. When nobody needs help, then of course they just ride around write tickets and upset people.
Fair enough. So how long have you been in, so the Specialized Collision Reconstruction Team, we call it SCIRT for short, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And so you got, how much training did you have to become part of SCIRT?
The basic training, just to be considered, you have to go through the 5 levels of crash reconstruction. Again, that's just a minimum team to be considered. Obviously, I did that. After getting on the team, you have numerous other specialized training classes you go to that specialize in different areas, whether it be motorcycle crashes, pedestrian crashes, commercial vehicle crashes. In all, I've got about, to date, about 1,600 training hours in specialized areas, most of that in crash reconstruction.
And how many wrecks did you work in the whole of your law enforcement career?
Oh, goodness. Just with the state patrol, serious injury and fatal crashes, about 1,100. So if we're talking about all over the 20 years, thousands. I've never even tried to calculate that.
Fair enough. All right, so are you called out to the scene September 26, September 27, 2015, Holly Springs Road and Highway 27?
Yes, ma'am, it was.
And how long have you been with Skirt at that point?
I was actually brand new to Skirt at that time. I had only been on a few months, so I was still in the stages of getting extra training, basically shadowing the other members who had been there much longer to see exactly what goes into it. That was, and to let you guys know briefly how that works is the way Skirt gets called out is there'll be a crash, whether it be, whatever the agency may be. Once they realize it's beyond their skill level, they may call troopers out. If it's a local agency, they call the road troopers out first. That road trooper would get on scene and realize that it needs more specialized work to be done. Then they call out the Skirt team. So there is sometimes quite a delay in us getting a call and getting to a scene from the time when the actual crash happened.
And so, did you drive there by yourself?
I was in my own car, but myself and Senior Trooper Brandon Stone were kind of going together. He was the guy I was shadowing that evening, that night.
And was there anybody else that came out that night?
Yes, ma'am. There were a multitude of people that came out that night.
Okay. So you get to the scene, what do you see?
Oh, that's very general. It was dark. It was the middle of the night. I think I arrived sometime around 12:30ish in that time period. I do not specifically remember it actively raining, but it had been because it was wet. I destroyed my boots in the grass. It was Georgia 1. I think it's US 27 highway. It's Georgia 1 and Highway Springs intersection. It's a 4-lane road. The highway is a 4-lane road separated by a grass median, and there's a cut through to get to Highway Springs Road. It's kind of at a hill crest, that intersection is, and if you're facing southbound, it's on the left, so on the northbound side, where Highway Springs Road intersects, there were the two crashed cars over off into the grassy area by the wood line.
Okay, so let's call it vehicle number 1 is the civilian vehicle.
Okay, yes, ma'am.
And where is that?
That one is closest to the intersection. If I had a diagram, it'd be a lot easier. It was up on like the embankment going to the wood line, and it was the closest to the Highway Springs Road intersection. And it was facing toward the wood line.
Okay, I apologize.
Sorry.
And where is the patrol vehicle?
The patrol vehicle is farther northbound, so now if we're facing Highway Springs Road, and if I'm looking at the civilian vehicle, it would be much farther down this way in the ditch area. Not quite all the way in the ditch, but going that way, and it's still facing northbound.
And so what is the first thing that you do to, process the scene?
Typically, you photograph the scene as is, and then you mark the evidence that you find. So that evidence could be anything, and you don't always know if that evidence matches your crash or not. Just anything that you see that's a gouge in the roadway, tire marks, things knocked over, things damaged, you make note of those, so that way later when the cleanup's done, you know where everything is at.
When you say you mark the scene, what do you mark it with?
We mark it with, it just depends on what the scene is. We have paint, pin flags. I know most people have seen like the surveyor paint marks on the side of the road, very similar paint to that. Pin flags, we have nails. If it's like an icy or the paint won't stick to the roadway, we can put nails in the ground. Those are the most common things that we use.
And you said that you take photos.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, did you take the photos in this case?
I took some of the photos. Master Trooper Byron Mims, who was another person on the scene, it was his camera around his neck, so he took most of them. I did take some of them.
And you were with him though when he took those photos?
Yes, so I was shadowing him as well to see, okay, these are the kind of things we'd like to document, take pictures of. So I was right on his heels pretty much the whole time he was taking pictures.
So sort of watching the situation?
Right, yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, that approach? Yes. All right. There are a lot of pictures. So. All right. So I'm going to show you.
Ms. Waters, I'm going to give you this handheld here up here. That's okay.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as states 13 through 50. And if you will just look through those
50.
and let me know if you are able to identify what's in them.
There's not a quick way to do this. Yes, ma'am. These are all pictures from the crash scene. Yes, ma'am. These are all pictures, 23 through 50 are pictures from the crash scene, as I remember.
Okay, great, thank you. Your Honor, at this time, the contender states 13 through 50.
All right, 13 through 50 are admitted, and go ahead and tell us.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so this is states 13,
Yes, ma'am.
and if you can tell me what we're looking at.
So this is the scene as I was describing. So the picture taker would be standing on Georgia 1, the northbound lanes, and that's Holly Springs Road to the, it may be Drive, I may be misquoting that, but Holly Springs is there on the right, and that is the civilian vehicle, for lack of better terms. The one I was saying that's closest to the intersection up on the hill facing the wood line. Yes, and that would be what we call the final rest positions of vehicles, which just means the positions at which they hang to rest with no movement from wreckers or people or anything like that. And then down to the left, you see the patrol vehicle. That's the other involved vehicle, a little bit farther down and more kind of in the ditch.
Okay. Tell me about this area right here.
So the abbreviation there, AOI, is what we put for what we've identified as area of impact.
Okay.
So that would be the marking. You see the orange paint marks going down the center of this mark and how it's kind of more lightly colored than the rest of the roadway. That's a gouge or a scrape in the road. Where, yes, ma'am. And then it's got it appears to have a tire mark going through it as well. So this would indicate that that is a wheel of a vehicle, a tire of a vehicle. And then after impact, it, as things get bent and compressed, those metal parts of the underbelly of the vehicles or the wheels themselves will scrape along the asphalt and leave those scrape and gouge marks in the road. And that's the G is for gouge, is what that G stands for.
So you were referring to the paint that you marked when you did, this is the paint that we're speaking of?
Yes, ma'am.
And stage 14.
Yes, ma'am. Just a more focused picture on the civilian vehicles.
And this would be Holly Springs here?
Yes, ma'am.
And stage 15 is obviously just closer to me, but
Right.
this is what you're seeing, this is gouge and here.
Yes, ma'am. It just shows more detail so you can see more clearly those gouge marks and scraping. And you can just envision a piece of metal scraping along the roadway that it would dig up that asphalt a little bit. That's what that is.
And stage 60.
Yes, ma'am. So, okay, I correct myself. I guess it was sprinkling or misting just a little bit.
These spots on the
Right.
photo here.
And so the camera's having a little harder time focusing on, the intended shot there. But just another shot to show some more roadway evidence that you see closer to the intersection there, or closer to the corner of the intersection.
And 17.
Yes, that's just a more close-up view of the evidence that they were trying to get a shot with in the last picture. And these are more gouges. You can see the G. There's a letter B. I think there's a more close-up picture of that. That would be biological or blood. And it's circled. The actual biological material is circled there. If it helps, I can get up and point if you don't want to follow me around with a mouse.
There's a yardstick behind you.
Yes, that's fine.
Oh,
I like a yardstick, but that one.
yardstick it is. All right, so tell me about this.
So this is just a much closer picture of it, and that you can see more clearly now. They're trying to focus more on the bead or the blood. You can see more clearly now the biological material, and it's red, so it's safe to assume that it is blood. We don't test that, though. It's kind of usually pretty obvious what that is.
Sure. And state 19.
This is the picture over here, if you will, of where we were just pointed at. And so this would be farther to the right, just facing down Holly Springs. And you can see they've got that road blocked off for our investigation. Fire unit still on the scene. And then this is the intended shot right here, is trying to show this other evidence over here.
And 20.
And that's a close-up of that evidence. Again, you can see the red biological material. The H and the F is just out of respect. We just put to designate head and foot of the body. We don't do the chalk outlines like you see on CSI. It's just out of respect for the scene and the seats in that time. And passenger, I was not the one identifying who the people were, so I just assume that means a passenger of the vehicle. That wasn't part of my duties on the scene that day, is to identify who came from what vehicles or anything like that.
Understood. And 21.
This is standing on the side of the road, just up the hill, showing the civilian vehicle. These are not the other involved vehicles. These are just our responding vehicles here. But this is still the final rest location of that vehicle. You can see we mark with paint the final rest locations. Oftentimes we'll use pin flags. I don't see any in this picture, but they usually get pulled out of the way when wreckers pull the cars out. So we try to overly mark the final rest of the vehicles. And am I speaking loud enough now that I don't have a microphone? Okay. Okay. Now I'm
All right, so what are we looking at here?
okay. Yeah. All right. So these are the pin flags. I'm always difficult with electronics. So these are the pin flags that we keep talking about. I don't like the silver ones. You can't see them that good, but they got our emblem and everything on them, so they like to use them. But the reason we would put these in the road, you can see how the grass is disturbed. These would just be tire mark paths coming through the grass where it's physically just laying the grass down or tearing the grass up as the tire drags through it. And then in the distance, you can see again just the same vehicle. So we mark all those. It's important for us to mark these because later when we do our scale diagrams, we can show the exact path along which that car traveled after impact. So we can show leading up to the crash, to the best of our knowledge, the way the cars came in, but then we can very specifically tell you what happened to that car after the impact by following those marks. Just a better view. So now, usually that's how you work through. You start out and work your way into the evidence. So this is just we're starting to get into the car pictures, the civilian car pictures now. You can see again with the marks leading up to the final rest locations. Obviously, there's been some work done up here, first responder work done, and then it's just about to document the whole vehicle.
It's 24.
Just a closer picture of that. Getting into more specific of the damage to the vehicle, trying to document that and the exact location of it. Because once everything's removed, we take pictures of these. I know it probably just looks like we took 3 pictures of the same thing, but we try to take overkill on pictures because once we move things, that's it. We have this is the permanent record of how the scene was at the time, so we try to take too many pictures. Just a better picture of the damaged area. So this would be the actual area where the other vehicle struck it. I mean, I think that seems too simplistic to say that, but possibly some paint transfer here, wheels busted up, but you can tell the focused area of impact is right here in the center, because you can see this is bent deeper in than the parts out here, just because that's where the impact is focused at.
Excuse me. 26.
Just another view, just to get more things. You can see airbag deployment, multiple airbag deployment.
27.
And inside the car, you can see various things with how things in the car get struck by occupants or just knocked loose from the crash. A couple of biological spots on things. Just documenting the inside of the car the way it is when we found it. What we'll do is we'll walk all the way around the vehicle, taking pictures just to document the entire thing. So this is just a back view of the vehicle. And I'm sure we'll continue around the vehicle, all the way around it. Correct. Okay. Yes, ma'am. This the driver's side of the vehicle. The other final rest marks over here. This is the driver's compartment, obviously, with the airbag deployed. It's sometimes hard. We're not specifically just trying to take a picture of that. It's really everything, but at nighttime, sometimes with the flashes, it's kind of hard to get everything. So we'll take possibly multiple of the same thing.
Yeah, 31.
This is the back deck lid of the vehicle, of the civilian vehicle, and the back window busted out. And these would be the seats right here. One of the victim's bodies is covered up here with a blanket. And this is just a blanket being moved, one of the occupants of the vehicle. She's deceased at this moment. Life-saving efforts were, I don't know what life-saving efforts were given by first responders, but this is the way we found when we got there to investigate. So this is standing up by where we were just taking the pictures at, facing down now to where likely we'll go to take more pictures at. This is the other involved vehicle. You can see the pin flags marking the tire paths along the route that this vehicle took down here. That's actually Senior Trooper Brandon Stone that I was about to go shadow him now with the other vehicle. So this did go out of order a little bit, but now to show, this is the patrol vehicle. So this would have been us coming back now to document its path of travel along to where it's at. And these are the marks that we identified as belonging to his vehicle. You can see in the orange dots, the little discoloration, a little darker, like shadowing. Those are the tires. The tires sliding across the asphalt, heat up the asphalt, and it brings the tar in that asphalt to the surface and makes these marks. Most people think that it's the tire making the mark. It's actually the heat from the tire affecting the asphalt and making this mark. And that's just showing its path of travel. They get closer together like that because the vehicle's rotating. It's actually spinning around. So as the tires spin, they get closer and then they move back farther apart again. Okay. Just walking down that path that the patrol vehicle took, these are the pin flags indicating where the tires slid through the grass, and that this is just the final rest location of that vehicle. This is actually me right there, so I know this is a picture by Master Trooper Byron Mims, because that's me, and then that will be Brandon Stone about to we're just getting a good overview of the vehicle and about to download it, which download it, we'll get into that, I'm sure. And this is just a close-up of that vehicle with the final rest places marked. And this is this equipment, if you want me to talk about that now, man. This is what I was about to say. People like to call it download equipment. We're not downloading anything. We're creating an image of what's contained in that vehicle's CDR. Basically, it's like the black box of a vehicle, like what an airplane would have, but it's not a black box, if that makes sense. Vehicles 2012 up, sold in the United States, have the capability of having their EDR, their event data recorder, imaged. And basically what that is it controls, its sole purpose is just to control what that vehicle, it monitors the safety systems of the vehicle and its operation, and it tells the car when it thinks it's in a wreck and when to deploy those airbags. It's called an airbag control module, and the EDR, the event data recorder, is contained within that airbag control module. That's its only purpose, is to pop the airbags out in a crash. But as a part of that, it has to monitor all kinds of different sensors on the vehicle: speed, G-forces, braking, seat position, steering angle, to make an appropriate decision on whether or not to deploy the airbag. Consequently, that's not for us. That's for the car manufacturers, the engineers, and the airbag manufacturers. But as a consequence of that, we, through search warrants or permission, can access that data, and it tells us a lot of pre-crash and post-crash information about the vehicles and how they were being operated at the time.
And did you assist with that?
Yes. I assisted. So this was one of the first live scenes to do this on, because oftentimes we do these back at the record yards. So I assisted Senior Trooper Brandon Stone with doing this. And this is all the equipment associated with it. We have a computer with specific software to be able to access it, special cables to hook up. Basically, it just hooks up into like the OB diagnostics port when you go to your mechanic, that port that they hook up to see what's wrong with your car. It all goes to that same port.
when your engine light comes on and
Mine's always on.
it's probably not good.
But yes, that same thing now.
All right, 37.
This is the front of the car to show the damage. You can see that it was the front of the car that hit the side of the other vehicle. And this is just showing that it's compressed in a little bit, not that much actually.
Yeah, 38.
And you can just a front-on picture of the damage, and you can see it's more focused. You can see how this side is bent in more. Oh, yep, that's fine.
A little crazy.
It's, Senior Trooper Brandon Stone has a much younger man. This is, you can see it's been in more over here, more damage over here. So that lets us know that it was focused on this area. The impact, more forces would have been experienced by this part of the vehicle than this side.
Now,
A little bit more close up of it, same thing. You see some, we looks like we propped the hood up with a piece of tree there. This would not have actually come from the crash. We just used that to keep the hood propped up to be able to access the car's battery and other ports to be able to do the download of the image. When I say download, I apologize. When I say download, that's not the technical term. Crash Reconstructionist will cringe if you say that, but to make it more understandable for you guys, I say download. It's an image of the information. It just creates a copy of it.
and 40.
The passenger side of the vehicle, just to show the damage and the lack thereof on the rest of the vehicle. Obviously, it slid through the grass and ditch, so it's covered in dirt. And then that's me back there, again, much younger me.
Now it's 41.
Right. Just different angle of the crash, or of the damage.
Now that's basic. You do all. 42.
This is not necessarily to show the damage, but to show how we supply power. That's just a jump box to supply additional power to the car. For whatever reason, either we didn't want it to go dead while we were doing the image, or it was already dead at the time. We supply that there so that way the image would complete without being interrupted by a loss of power. And this is the computer that we actually hooked up. Here's the cable. We would have, the cable that I was talking about, that we would run and hook up to the diagnostics port, which is usually down here in the corner under the feet, where the feet are at, floorboard. And that's the program, the Bosch CDR program that we're running.
And I know this is similar to a previous photograph, and this is 44.
Mm-hmm. Somebody came back and actually put passenger, so I know now that is what that is. But this is the head foot photograph. We were out there a long time, so we just doubly made sure to get plenty of pictures.
And then there's some debris here on the road here.
Yes, ma'am. Most of this appears to be likely like life-saving things that the first responders would have had with them, and it could have been debris from the car. And that debris evidence is really not as meaningful to us. It can tell us some things, but we don't really focus on what exactly the debris is, unless it has a major evidentiary purpose. A little blurry, but this is some more of that debris on scene. There was a lot. This was a alcoholic beverage container. It's like a 6-pack of Bud Light Limes. But that's just a piece of it.
Here's another, this is
Yes, ma'am.
46.
Yes, ma'am. That actually looks like a broken tail light right there, but these marks that we're focusing on here, this will be a broken bottle, and I'll wait for a close-up of that one to make any comments on it. This is a bottle cap, so that's how we knew it was Bud Light Lime if we couldn't tell from that other container. Yes, that one right there.
This is 47.
So yes, ma'am, just a bottle cap, and you know, at this point, you wouldn't know if these, like I said earlier, we mark everything because we don't know if this belongs with this scene or not. It could have been somebody riding down the road with a beer out. But we mark it, and then as the investigation continues, we see if it fits with other evidence. And this was the broken glass that I wanted to hold comments. I thought that it did have this label that said Bud Light on it. So yeah, it's just a broken bottle.
Now, you can go ahead. Thank you. Now, did you travel anywhere else after you were at the scene?
I'm sorry.
Did you travel anywhere else after you were at the scene?
Yes. After documenting the scene as best we could at night, we traveled to the hospital, 2 different hospitals where the 2 victims were at to photograph their injuries.
State 49.
Yes, this is just a close-up identifying this deceased individual, Miss Lindsey. This is, we went here first because they left the scene continuing life-saving efforts, so we found out later on the scene that she had become deceased. So we went there first. And so at this point, she was deceased.
And so, as further documentation, certification, photographs, over at the hospital?
Yes, the injuries are very important to us because it can tell us things about their location in the vehicle, and we're not medical examiners or the autopsy doctors, but it can lead us to understand how that came about. But more importantly, for Crash Reconstruction, we use that to match them up to more or less say where they were at in the vehicle and different things in the vehicle that they may have struck or may have struck them. We can kind of make inferences about that.
And when you arrived on the scene, aside from Isabella, who has passed, there, everyone else has moved on. Is that correct?
Yes. Yes, ma'am. So there were only responders on the scene, and Ms. Chinchilla was the only one still there. All the other occupants were already gone at that point. Just an overall picture of Miss Lindsey. Well, not an overall, but just to show the injuries to her face area, and that she was getting life-saving efforts at the time.
All right, we're going to take a lunch break. It is 11:45, so please be back at 1 o'clock. We'll be in recess until then. Go ahead, Red Cross.
I will need your lawyer. Paramedic, you've been here today. I know you come a while to testify, so I'll try to get to the points I think we're just talking about. Just remember, back when you were on the skirt team, what was your rank back then?
Trooper, when at the time of this incident, just trooper, so basically what you call TPR, fresh out of school. There you go. That'll work. Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. And so when you got there, that even though you had experience, you didn't have experience with safe cross. Is that there?
Only, it was absent of the training time. It was less than a year, or right at about a year.
Now, we heard that you arrived with another officer of the troop. Did you ride the same vehicle? How did you get there?
No, sir. It was two different vehicles. This was Senior Trooper Brandon Stone that I was in arriving at the same time with.
And you don't have to say, but fair to say y'all both live in similar direction?
Very close to each other, yes, sir.
Okay. All right. And so y'all would be coming the same way to get there?
That's right. That's how we come to being in tandem there. Yes, sir.
Okay. About what time do you think the photographs you identified there, so what time do you think you took? Give or take.
We would have started collecting photographs. What would have been one of the first things we did on the scene. So with my memory thinking about, a little after midnight, it would have been around that same time, 12:30, 1 o'clock.
Now, you talk about collecting. I want to ask a little bit about that. Your job on skirt team, and you can tell me if I'm wrong, is to collect any evidence, data that might be, you believe, be useful in investigating the crime. Is that fair?
Yes, it is.
That includes digital imaging, not downloading, digital imaging, photographs of the vehicle, any physical evidence at the scene?
Yes, sir.
Did you personally collect any physical evidence?
As far as like picking up things and putting in evidence bags, no. So just photographs and the images.
Okay. So did anybody with the skirt team that you're aware of? And this will tell the truth. Skirt team works how? What troop you are? Troop B?
Troop B, yes, sir. So it covers 20 counties. This is essentially Midwest Georgia, from Macon area to Alabama line, from just north of 20, this area, down to Columbus area.
And how many troopers work on the skirt team?
Ooh, at the time,
Approximately.
at the time, I think we had 5 of us at the time. Big territory on that.
Yeah, it's a lot of area.
Yes, sir.
And do you guys ever collect any biological evidence? You know the biological evidence. Do y'all ever swab it, put it in a bag, anything like that?
Yes, sir. Not that type of evidence, but if we need to do DNA or we'll get biological off of airbags to determine who the driver was. If there's a question about if it was this person or that person driving, that would be the probably the most common times we would collect any kind of DNA evidence.
And did you, in this case, collect any DNA evidence that you were with?
I did not. Whether or not some was, I'm not aware.
Okay. All right, I'm going to show you a couple of photographs here. And I'm going to ask if you recognize these. And I think we'll start with number 12, 13, 14. This feels kind of have a sticker. Images, photographs you may have taken that early morning, late evening.
Yes, sir. These are the interior of the civilian vehicle and specifically close-ups of the airbags. So yes, we would have taken those.
So it was an accurate representation of photos.
Yes, this is the same as I remember. Yes, sir.
Okay. Got to move to tender next to 12, 13, and 14.
Any objection?
No objection.
Then it's 12, 13, and 14 are admitted.
It may have both.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, we'll use the Elmo. Okay, just so we're clear about this, here, the photograph we see, right there, that is an airbag, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And is that an airbag from inside of the Nissan vehicle?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And there's obviously biological evidence, blood, something else maybe on that, everywhere around that thing.
Correct, yes.
Now, I'm going to show you, that's on 13. I'm going to show you number 12, which is a little bit closer image of that. And while we're talking about that, you were trained when to take photographs, correct me if I'm wrong here. You're trained to take photographs from a large distance, a big down to small, is that fair?
Yes, sir. You need to give each photograph context. The first photograph I looked at was close up the airbag. I would have no way of knowing if that was from the scene or not without some context photo. A far back so you can see more information.
So, I use this as an illustration. If you were taking pictures of this courtroom, you would start in the back, take pictures of everybody, ultimately take a picture of yourself. Is that fair?
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to show you the next one, which is marked as 12. Wrong direction. Okay. Now, is this just another image of that area?
It is, yes.
Okay. Now, during your time in training as law enforcement officer, particularly 13, did you ever have an occasion to take airbags out of cars?
I have.
Okay. And was there anything unusual about this airbag that you see or you remember?
It looks typical unless you're about to point something out. It looks like any other airbag in a crash.
And I wanted to ask, I am going to use the pointer here just so we're on the same page. This area here, what would you call this portion of the airbag?
Be just the center of it, sir.
And is that typically in a circular pattern? Is there a circle? Are we looking at a half moon here? Is that fair?
Yes, usually the driver's side airbag is a circle or cylindrical or ball when it poops out.
And the jury probably knows this, but generally speaking, in this particular, not generally, but particularly in this type of car, would this airbag be deployed from the steering wheel?
Yes, the driver's side airbag would come from the steering wheel, yes. And there are other airbags in cars, but this one's the steering wheel, yes, sir.
Okay. And I'm going to show you the next one, which is marked as 14. I think it's pretty evident here that it came out of the steering wheel, correct?
Correct, yes.
Okay. So, the airbag we see is from out of the steering wheel that you just did. These photographs in case, correct?
Correct.
Okay. All right. Put these up here. Now, I'm going to show you some more photographs as we go forward. I do have a couple of questions to ask you. You testified earlier about oftentimes injuries, and I don't mean to tell you. Do you have any medical degree or training or anything?
Not medical, but training as far as recognizing injuries in comparison to different things in the car that could have caused that, yes.
Fair enough.
So training, no medical training.
Okay. So, not paramedic or EMT or nurse or licensed professional, anything, right?
Just a dad that puts Band-Aids on boo-boos. That's all.
Okay. I don't have any either, so it's on that. But you testified that oftentimes photographs of the car can help you in determination of maybe where someone was sitting or their injuries. Is that a fair and accurate statement?
It can, yes.
Okay. Now, I will ask a question about, you remember this 13, did you ever go back out to that location at any point in time?
We did. We went, I cannot recall exactly how many days later, but later to collect forensic map of the scene. I can elaborate. It's essentially where you do a scale, you collect all the data points to recreate a scale diagram of the scene. We have to basically it's kind of like surveying equipment, but it's a little bit more intensive than that to get specific points in the roadway, evidence points. We can draw that roadway back to scale with where the evidence was on the roadway.
Okay. And did you also participate in a drone footage of the incident?
In this case, I do not recall using a drone in this one.
If one was created, would it have been under your watch or another member of the church?
It would have had to have been someone else. I'm trying to make sure. I don't remember us using a drone here. If we did, I apologize.
Okay, if you don't remember, you don't remember. If we were to show it to you, would it refresh the last question?
It could very well possibly, yes, sir.
Your Honor, we may need to do this outside the present jury right now.
Available, please take your
It's on my go back.
You will love to you remember seeing this in the workplace.
This is the scene. Yes.
You remember seeing this?
This looks like something we would have done. I'm trying to specifically remember when it was done. Okay.
Has this been part of their routine investigation?
So they recollect, we did this on several things. This would have been at the beginning times when we got drones. So maybe since it was so recent to getting the drones, that's why I'm having a hard time. I can't definitively say that I remember us standing there collecting that. I'm really trying to, because my vague memory of, I don't want to recreate a memory that I don't have clearly of. And then of course it wasn't in the report, so I couldn't even say if I was in it. Very well could have been searching and maybe I just wasn't there.
Okay. Fair enough. You don't remember that.
Sorry about that.
Sorry, Your Honor. I didn't want to do that without dealing with the jury.
Just so in case it comes up again, I can't find it at the moment, I apologize, but that was seen by a different accident reconstruction company. Because I actually have a gentleman that used to be with the DK Cat County Police Department Traffic Specialist Unit, who actually works for him. And I reached out to him when I got those same discs in the court file. And CSI, and I can't remember, I think it's Collision Specialists Incorporated, if I'm not mistaken. And they are the ones that produce that photo video.
Okay. All right, anything for me to address, or are we ready for the jury?
We can move right on your own thing on the screen.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, we can bring the jury back in. Yes, sir, you can.
Tell me if this is some of your work or.
I did not do the scale diagram, so it does not look like a scale diagram that I would have produced on the 13, but the guy who did, this is a scale diagram of the scene. We typically have a template we put around. This could be a close-up.
Is that something you would have created?
We would have, in a case like this, yes.
But you can't identify that as yours?
No.
All right, I'm going to show you some other photographs. Hopefully you can identify those. While I do this, I do want to ask you a question. Before you testified earlier, you worked at Barnesville and the Lamar County Sheriff's Office, correct?
I'm impressed that you knew that Barnesville is in Lamar County. Yes, sir, I did.
And then you said you worked at Griffin up in Spalding County, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. During that time, what was your job for both those fronts?
So at the sheriff's office, just the general duties of deputy sheriff, patrol, courtroom, serving papers. City of Griffin is where actually I with them served on the traffic unit and got a bigger interest in crash reconstruction. I took went through 5 levels that I talked to you guys about earlier, the crash reconstruction levels. I got those at City of Bremen, with hopes of creating their own little skirt team there, but the chief didn't want to do that. So that's one of the things that propelled me to go to the state patrol, because I had such an interest in crashes. I felt that I could expand my knowledge base more at the state patrol than the City of Bremen.
Now, you actually took photographs that night, and I think we saw one of Mrs. Chinchilla in the backseat, correct?
Yes, sir.
Do you recall if you ever got closer to her body than what we saw in the photograph?
We did. We went to the hospital where she was kept later and took close-up photographs of her. That was at Paramedic.
Do you recall taking photographs of her and possibly moving her head at the scene?
I do not recall moving her head, no. We did take photographs of her on the scene, but I don't recall moving her body. Obviously, we would have removed her from the vehicle. We would not have, but responders would have removed her from the vehicle.
And do you recall anything being around her head in the car?
Without a picture to recollect my memory, I would not.
I might just take a short minute. I think I can help with this. you recall anything about inside of the car that night?
In the rear passenger compartment area, there were broken beer bottles and other evidence of alcoholic beverages in there.
Was there a scent emanating from inside the vehicle?
Yes, with broken beer bottles, you could imagine that it was permeating in the car. Yes.
And in your time as a patrol officer, and as a police officer and a deputy, have you ever made DUI stops, DUI arrests, DUI, have you testified in DUI case, all these?
Of course, yes.
Okay. And are you familiar with the term totality of the evidence?
Yes, I can make a conclusion as to that. Yes, sir.
And if we look at the jury, the totality of the evidence is essentially the adding up of pieces to 1 + 1 + 1 + 1 = 4. Is that a fair analogy?
Correct. You evaluate all the evidence and see where it leads you. You never want to go into a case with a conclusion before the evidence leads you there.
And so, and oftentimes in DUI cases, it involves standardized sobriety tests, they communicate, understand the feet, water out, all those things.
Correct, yes.
If a driver is unable to communicate or can't answer simple questions, that can be an indicator of the totality.
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked and it's shown 10 photographs, Defense Exhibit 1 through 10. Look through those, tell me if they, in fact, is part of the investigation that night.
Yes, sir. These are pictures that we would have taken in the scene. This is the inside of the vehicle, the civilian vehicle.
Okay.
Yes, Nissan.
Your Honor, I would move are these the same condition as you removed them?
They are, yes.
And they're active protection is what you photographed that night?
Correct, yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I would move to tender Defense Exhibits 1 through 10 in public to jury.
Any objections? Mr. Public Counsel,
Yes, ma'am. Let me ask you this, Mr. Driscoll, did you participate in the inventory of the Nissan, something like that?
No, sir. Later we would have inspected the vehicle, and we don't necessarily inventory a vehicle as far as like with a typical any other kind of criminal arrest where you would inventory what's in it, anything of significant value to make sure if it turns up missing later, there's some record of it. So we don't inventory in that manner. We just photograph the things we see within the vehicle. If that answers that question.
Yes, did you photograph this vehicle, this Nissan, and the inside of the contents thereof at a later date at some point in time?
Yes, we would have done that at the tow yard later, done a more complete inspection of the vehicles. Usually on the scene, it's just documenting things as is, and then we do a more complete inspection. Tire pressures, whether or not safety features work like they were supposed to. We do that later at a tow yard. Controlled environment.
And some of these photographs, these are still part of your overall investigation. You recognize in the photographs you were taking and getting very close to when that thing.
Yes, ma'am. I apologize. Yes, sir. I was looking at her when I said yes, ma'am. Yes, sir.
I mean, all over. All right. Your Honor, may I of the point?
any objections? No objections.
All right. I'm going to.
And 1 through 10 are admitted and he may publish.
I'm going to start with photograph 1. And you took a photograph, the photograph was taken, and I'm going to point. There appears to be alcohol bottle in the car. Is that fair that that is what you were trying to capture, that in a water bottle?
Yes, so that looks like the top of a broken glass beer bottle with the cap still on top. So, of course, the contents, if it weren't open at the time, the contents would have spewed into the vehicle, making the alcohol smell.
Was marked as sensitive. We saw, you testified earlier, some markings in the road previously, and you thought one of those might be a bottle. Is this one of those orange markings that you put in the road?
Yes, this was just to get a different angle of one of the pictures we've already seen in another exhibit. But yes, the broken beer bottle and the orange paint is just where we would have marked, hey, this is where this is. Obviously, that being in the road is highly susceptible to being moved, so we want to mark where we found that at.
Okay. So we've got something in the road, we've got in the car, and now we've got another orange marking on a cap or a top bottle, I hope you call it.
Yes, sir. A Bud Light Lime bottle top just popped off in the road as well. That was actually in close proximity to the broken glass.
I'll show you what's marked. This is another photograph we took. Is this in keeping with Bud Light Lime in bottles?
Yes, that appears to be a 6-pack cardboard box for Bud Light Lime bottles, yes, sir.
And thus far, the evidence we've seen indicates that Bud Light Lime bottles were in the road and in the car.
Correct, yes.
And this was taken at the scene. You see grass along the side. This was taken somewhere near the collision spot, correct?
Yes, one of the other evidence photos shows a little more context. Yes, that is from the scene.
Well, and I want to bring up one thing. This looks like this is not in a bag, correct? It's just by itself. Is that fair?
Yes.
I'm not trying to copy it back. Doesn't appear it's in a bag, right?
No, like a bag that you would get when you bought it from the store. That's
Now, I will show you another photograph marked at Exhibit 5. This is a photograph that was taken of a top of a beer bottle, Bud Light Lime, apparently in the car. Is that fair to say it's inside the vehicle?
it is, yes.
Now, I'm going to show you what's marked at Exhibit 6. This, again, I think if you look and see the floorboard marking, this was taken inside the vehicle, correct?
Correct.
Now, this particular package is still in the bag, is it not?
It is, yes.
And the one on the road was not.
Correct.
Would that indicate to you as an investigator that there were more than one 6-pack in that area, not in the car?
Safe assumption, yes.
I'm going to show you what's marked. It's Exhibit 7. Is this just a close-up picture of 6?
Correct, it is.
I'm going to show you what's marked in Exhibit 8. That appears to be a car seat from a car, not for a child, but a vehicle seat. Is that photograph taken inside of the Nissan?
It is.
And that appears to be a Bud Light Lime top as well, right?
Correct. It appears to be front seat. Unable to tell without the farther away shot.
Very well. I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 9. Now, you found some interest in this particular item. Why might you find interest in that item?
Well, it was different than the Bud Light Limes, and it was the only intact bottle that I recall being on the scene anyway. Intact meaning not broken into pieces.
And at some point in time, you got that bottle erect and took the picture of it standing up. Is that fair?
Correct. Just a better image of it to show exactly what it is.
So from this evidence that you collected that night and at the, I think, for the what do you call it, categorization of what's in the car, there's at least 2 different types of alcohol in this car, at least bottles in this car. Is that right?
Yes.
Now, you mentioned before that as a officer and a trooper, you had investigated DUIs, correct?
Yes, sir.
And in this case, were you ever asked to investigate this case as a possible DUI?
I specifically was not, as it was, I was not the primary case officer on it.
Okay. Who would that be?
This, the case was, the whole case was prepared by Sergeant Chad Barrow. He was our team leader at the time.
Okay. And so Sergeant Barrow would have made the decision on who did what and why they did it. Is that fair?
It's safe to say we all help in various roles, and usually the lead guy kind of directs who he wants doing what, because it's going to be the other one making the complete report, putting the case together. So it's usually everybody has their own little quirks. They like it done a certain way. So that's safe to say he would have made that decision.
Okay. I'm going to show you a couple of photographs so you can identify these for me. They're marked 666.
Yes, sir. These just appear to be pictures of the subsequent inspection later that we would have done at a record yard rather than on the scene.
Did you participate in that, or do you recall?
Yes, I was present at the time.
Are those fair and accurate representations of the police on that day that you visited the record yard?
Yes, sir.
Yes, thank you. All right, move to tender 16 and 17.
No objection. 16 and 17 are good.
Okay. I'm going to have you look at these things here on wrap up.
Okay.
I want to ask you about this. You, in this case, got a photograph of the front passenger side. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I will ask you to pay close attention to the airbag that is in this video. It's designed a little different, is it not, than the one that we saw on the driver's seat, correct?
Yes, the passenger airbag usually comes out of the dash, and they're typically a lot bigger because they're covering a bigger area. Well, I don't know if that's why they manufacture them that way, but using logical assumptions.
They are bigger.
Yes.
Okay. And now I'm going to ask, and I don't see stitching on this akin to what we saw on the driver. Is it a different type of airbag?
Yes, in that it's on the passenger side and it looks different. Yes, sir. They function the same way.
Gotcha. Now, I'm also going to throw your attention. Now, you guys had this vehicle in the shop, and you can see the behind it. Those are those are Mac tools or whatever you're using, Snap-ons. That's a tool chest, right back there behind you.
Yes, sir. It's common in our vehicle homicide cases or any cases of this magnitude where we want to preserve the evidence as best as we can. So if a record yard has the ability to pull the vehicle out of the elements, and this looks like it's in just one of their bays in their mechanic shop. So that's where that would be at.
Now, on the door, and you used the camera earlier, there's some biological evidence.
Yes.
There.
Correct.
To your knowledge, did you or anyone else with search team collect that to decide who set that on?
No, sir. To my knowledge, that didn't happen, but it very well could have.
Okay. But you don't know that?
No.
Okay. Now, you said you had been through Reconstruction 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 back then.
Correct, yes.
Okay. Have you been through any more since then?
A lot, yes, sir. I actually took 1 through 5 again, and then several other Reconstruction classes that are just specific to the other areas like we discussed earlier. Yes, sir.
There are 7 and 8 now, made now?
Oh, not those, but just other specific, like commercial vehicle investigations, things like that.
All right. I'm going to ask you, do you notice anything in this photograph that is unique about the tool? More particularly, the bottom of the window. Do you notice anything unique?
If we're referring to it being busted up a little bit, potentially?
Well, I'm just asking, do you notice anything particularly different about it? Would you consider that it's both?
Yes, it does appear to be bowed a little bit, and that would be from an occupant of the vehicle striking it. It could be induced damage from the impact, but in this impact, more than likely it's an occupant of the vehicle striking the door.
I'm going to show you what's marked as 17, which is just a little bit closer picture. Now, when you got to the scene, you testified earlier that everyone was gone except for Mrs. Chinchilla still in the car. All the other occupants were not there, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Now, and I don't know exactly how much role you had in this. Were you able to make any conclusions or decisions yourself about you knew Miss Lindsey had been in the road because you noticed foot and head, you made a comment? Do you know when this came out of?
It was not part of my investigation, so I don't know. Sergeant Barrow would be the better person to ask about that.
Okay. However, if we had taken blood here, we could have compared, correct?
Oh, yes, definitely.
But we don't, it didn't happen, right?
I don't know if it did or not.
All right. It didn't happen on your watch, you're fair enough.
Right.
That's all I have here. I do want to show you maybe one more photograph. You might be able to testify without seeing the photograph, but you notice the area of impact. You call it AOI, right?
Yes.
In the road. All right. And based on your training experience, AOI, the point of impact, tends to be an area where you see the most debris, you see the beginning of jaw marks or scrapes. Is that fair?
It's typically maybe not necessarily the most evidence, but it's usually the first major evidence that you see, or the first evidence at which you have, you can tell that there has been substantial impact of something because you see the metal parts of the vehicle scraping the roadway. That doesn't happen unless there's a major impact. Well, typically doesn't. So a lot of factors go into it, but it could be safe to say the first evidence you see, at least in this crash, would be a good reason to say it's the paired impact.
Okay. Are you familiar, and I'm sure you have in your training experience, how wide US 27 is that point you would have measured that at some kind of
We would have, and it's probably in a report somewhere, typically 12, 15 feet width lanes, more 12 foot typically.
And you mark this accident area of impact, AOI. You marked this at a spot in the road somewhere, correct?
Correct.
Do you remember how far into the road it would have been? Would it have been what we were going to call the right-hand lane, left-hand lane? Do you remember?
With a scale diagram, you could get it specifically, so I don't remember exactly how far. I want to say it was in the right travel lane. There's two lanes going northbound, left lane, right lane. It was, again, without a picture reference or a scale diagram, very close to in between, leaning more toward the right lane.
Okay, so it was in the right lane.
Yes.
Now, I will ask you, since we're at the scene, that would have been, you said you thought 12, 15 feet in the first lane and then in the same amount of distance in the second lane?
Yes.
So, based on your training experience in your photographs, it appears that the impact to the Nissan was in the back right portion of the vehicle. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know, just not because you know, how long would a Nissan vehicle be?
Oh, wow. I'd have to look at data for that.
More than 20 feet? Less than 20 feet?
I would say less than 20 feet.
More than 15?
I'm sure in the report there is a measurement.
Well, let's just start from the front end of the car. For the front of the car versus the back of the car. The area impacts in the back of the car. It means the back end of the car was into the second lane. So that, There's knowledge and basic common sense. The front end of the car must have been farther.
Correct, yes.
Okay. So, is it fair to say that the Nissan could have had the opportunity to stop in the number 1 lane, stop before it entered the number 1 lane, stop before it got all the way into the number 2 lane? Is that fair to say, not taking speed into the equation, just simply that they could, it was opportunity to stop in any of those points?
Yes.
Okay. And none of your evidence that you collected indicated that happened, correct?
No, not.
Now, did you participate in any of the image, and I know you testified earlier, any of the imaging data? Did you do any of the analysis, or did you just collect?
On this case, I would have just collected. I would not have evaluated the evidence. I am a CDR analyst. I'm qualified to analyze it, but in this case, I did not.
And just so that you're understanding, we don't know what CDR is.
Crash data retrieval, CDR, is the program that we use to image the EDRs, the event data recorders.
There you go. So we're using acronym. That's one of the an event data recorder. Fair to say it's the black box in everybody's car.
Right. Yes.
And the crash data recorder is what you use to read what's on the EDR.
Yes.
Just make sure I know we know what we're talking about, but if someone told me stuff, I don't know about sewing, I wouldn't have a clue what they're talking about. So I just want to make sure they understand. Following the side of the road, how long do you think you guys were there? How long were you there? I can't speak for your name. How long were you there?
The night of or later when we did the forensic map?
That night, early in the morning, how long were you there?
A couple of hours, 2, 3. Now, various people leaving and coming back at certain times. I would safe to assume we would have been there close to 2 hours.
And then we've seen photographs taken later. How many days later would that have been?
It could have been the very next day. I'd have to reference the report on the day. I can do that if we need to.
If you have it.
Yes, just the summary. And just for clarification, since I'm no longer with the State Patrol, I don't have full access to all the case documents, so that's why I sometimes have to refresh my memory. So, forensic map, how many days later is the question, sir?
Yes.
So this is later that morning, we've already said the day. So Monday, September 28th is the day that we went back to the scene to do the inspections of the vehicles and the mapping of the scene.
Okay, and if this happened Saturday night at 11:35 or so, right before midnight, y'all were out there into Sunday morning, and then Monday morning you took the other photographs that we took. Did you have anything to do with the interviewing or investigation on the scene of anybody? Or were you just collecting evidence? Did you interview?
No, not at all.
Okay. Did you interview anybody later?
I did not.
That's the only answer you did. That's all I have to make sure.
Now, there's been some discussion about taking DNA from airplanes.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, would it be fair to say that you would do that if you didn't know the identity of the occupants?
That's when we do it. If there's a debate on who the driver may be, which I believe it or not, people lie about where they were at, we would do that in those cases.
Sure. So if I wrecked my car and I ran away, and you found my car and I said, oh my God, someone stole it, you could pull my DNA off the airbag of the drugs.
Yes, that would be a situation where we would do that. If the case was serious enough, fender bender, we're not going to do that much work for it, but a major case, yes, we would do that.
So in this case, because we've already seen body cam and the like, we know who the driver and the front passenger were. We did not, in fact, need to take that.
It was not part of my investigation to see what positions the people were in. Sergeant Barrow, being the case agent, whoever he assigned to it, that would have been part of their investigation.
Okay. Would that be a fair assessment though? That would be something you would do if you didn't know who was responsible to have to be?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, I know you were showing a bunch of different pictures. All right, so I want you to look at 1 and 5 if you don't mind. Now, these would appear to be the same document, do you not?
No, ma'am, these appear to be, yes, these could be the same one, yes.
Right.
Just from different angles, yes,
In the
ma'am.
corner of that seat?
Correct.
Oh, and that's the bottom cap, I'm sorry, the
Yes, ma'am, the top of the broken bottle with the
Right.
cap still on.
right here?
Yes,
Right,
ma'am.
so if you were looking into the car, there, that makes more sense, sorry. All right, so I'm looking into the car in that corner there, right?
Yes, ma'am.
With the cap still on it?
Yes, ma'am, that appears to be the rear driver's side of the vehicle.
And it would be the same net, just a little closer from actually close.
Yes, ma'am. If those pictures were taken one after the other, that would be a far away and a close-up of that same column. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So by my count, then, we have cap in the road and a neck in the road and a neck in the car with a cap on it and a separate cap in the car.
I didn't know we were taking count, but that sounds about right.
All right,
Yes,
3
ma'am.
caps and 2 necks.
Yes, ma'am.
Fair?
Fair, yes.
Okay. You can give it up, yes, you can. All right, so if this is 4, and we had already shown you a picture of this, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
That was in the road, and you had said at that time that this was just a partial.
Yes, ma'am. A chewed up box there. Yes, ma'am. Looks like a 6-pack Bud Light line. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then if you would mind taking a look at this. That box, tell me about the status of that one.
That one appears to be more intact, still in the bag, in the back seat of the vehicle, of also Bud Light line appears to be.
But also torn up?
Yes, it's just been in the car crash. Yes, ma'am. We've got things and objects, people flying around in the cars. It's not pristine.
100%. Now you also showed a photograph of an intact smeared off ice bottle, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Right. And I think it would be fair to say that you don't know at what point any of the items in the car actually got into the car, or how long any of them had been.
No, ma'am. I do not.
Thank you.
I will just follow up just briefly on that last issue. Once you guys arrive at the scene, is it fair to say you control the scene, it's a control scene?
Yes, sir.
And all of the parties other than Ms. Chinchilla have been taken away either by ambulance or you didn't know they just weren't there, correct?
By the time I got there, yes, sir. Everybody, to the very best of my knowledge, was already gone.
Was law enforcement there with blue lights kind of protecting the integrity of the scene?
There were, yes, sir. There was first responders still on the scene and law enforcement personnel.
Did you see anybody go to the car and put it in the unit? You wouldn't have let them do it?
No, sir. That would be highly inappropriate. I would be shocked to see anybody attempt to do something like that.
The integrity of the evidence is preserved because you don't allow people to trace it or do anything with it. Is that fair?
Correct. A crash scene is treated exactly the same as a crime scene. So just like any scene of like what you see on CSI, you rope it off and shut it down. Very controlled as to who has access to it.
Thank you very much, sir.
Anything further?
No, Your Honor.
All right, any objection to Investigator Driscoll being excused?
No.
That's okay.
I was looking at it when I said that.
That's totally fine. All right, thank you, Investigator Driscoll. You're excused.
Thank you.
Yes, yes. Take a quick break. We've been gone about an hour after lunch. This is a good natural stop between witnesses before there wouldn't be time for a break until the end of that witness. So if the jury will go with the bailiff, please, and we'll be in recess for about 10, 15? Let's just say 2:15. Thank you. You're welcome. All right, everybody ready?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, we can go ahead and bring in the jury. When I get the microphone?
You asked for it, she wants to be heard.
Well, my voice is low anyway, so I'm trying. You may be seated, and the state can call its next witness. Sergeant Mira, please raise your right hand. You swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this case is the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God. All right, you can lower your hand and have a seat. This microphone is on right in front of you. You can pull it towards you, bend it, however you need to. Have some sound issues, so make sure that you're talking to the microphone. And then if you need a water, there's one up there for your convenience.
Thank you.
You may go ahead.
Good afternoon. Can you please introduce yourself to the jurors?
I'm Benjamin Chad Barrett.
You go by Chad?
Yes.
And what do you do for a living?
I am retired.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
What did you used to do?
For 32 years, I worked, over just over 32 years, I worked for the Georgia State Patrol.
So you started back in?
1992.
And at some point you were assigned to the skirt team?
Yes, ma'am.
What was that?
I went on the skirt team in 2002, just as a trooper, and then I was promoted to assistant team leader on the same team, and then I became team leader of that team, which I was at the time of this collision we're investigating. And then at the time of my retirement, I was the commander for the whole state of Georgia, this skirt team commander for all skirt prints.
So back when this collision happened, September 26, 2015, what was your rank at that point?
I'm a sergeant.
So if I call you sergeant, I apologize, because it's just...
People still call me that now, it's not fine.
So what was your role in this investigation?
At the time when this collision occurred, I was not in town, I was out of town, so I did not respond to the scene at the time, but after the investigation was open, I was pretty much voluntold by the command staff that I would be the lead investigator on the case.
Okay, and that lead investigator role, is that something that you rotate through folks?
It does, to keep, we rotate full cases to keep the team members from being overloaded with cases. Everybody gets the same amount of cases, and we try to disperse it that way.
So just because you were out of town, it was assigned to you because of your return?
Yes, I guess that following Monday, once we came back out to do field work, I received a phone call and basically told that I'd been the lead investigator.
So who notified you about what had happened?
I was notified by telephone that night. Pretty sure Lieutenant Green, who was the person in the troop D who was on call that night, was notified. He called me, and then he realized that I was out of town. So during the night of, I was just I had made a few phone calls, talked on the phone with a few of the guys, and so I knew kind of what was going on. But I was not at the scene.
All right. So when you come back into town, what do you do?
This happened on a late Saturday night, so on Sunday, I'm sure we started group texting and discussing, how we're going to start the process, and we started on Monday morning and began that process.
Which was what?
The first thing we did was go to the towing yard. Both vehicles had been towed, and an investigated hold had been placed on them. They were at PBH Towing in Carroll County.
Okay. What did you do?
There it was myself, Trooper Driscoll, and Trooper Mims. We started with the Nissan 2005 Nissan. It's a Sentra, Nissan Sentra. And basically, we did a vehicle inspection, photographed the vehicle, took some additional notes that we put in the case file.
And did you do the same for the trooper?
That's correct. Trooper vehicle was next. The Internal Affairs, Tommy Crafton, with our department, he came out and removed the video from the patrol car and placed it in evidence that he was present then. And then, I believe that's it, he was present that day.
So by video, you mean the dash cam?
The dash cam video, correct. He put it into evidence.
So, just to be clear, who were the occupants of the 2005
Dylan Wall, Benjamin Finken, Kylie, Lindsey, and Isabella Chinchilla.
And he was the occupant of the 2014
Trooper Scott. Yes. He's wearing a looks like a gray suit, a blue shirt, and a blue tie.
Yes. No, approach. Yes. Show you what's marked. It's 51. 5164. So please take a look at those for me. Can you tell me, just generically, you identify what's in those photographs?
Those would be the pictures we took at the PBH showing that day.
Are they a fair and accurate representation of the vehicles as they appear to you that day?
They did.
Right at this time, the 10 or 6
No objection.
All right, 51 through 64 are admitted.
Thank you. And,
Yes, ma'am.
all right, so 51. Tell me what this is.
This is a picture of the rear of the Nissan Sentra. This could be Trooper Mims up on the front left of it, and then you can see the patrol car to the left of the picture.
Okay. 52.
That is a picture from the rear looking down the right side, which would be the passenger side of the vehicle, of the Nissan Sentra. That would be the right side of the Nissan Sentra, showing the damage where the impact occurred. Another side view of the right side of the Nissan Sentra, showing damage on the left side of the picture. You can see from the impact, and then also you can see inside the front compartment of the vehicle.
And 55.
That's a picture of the Nissan's passenger door open. And you see the front seat, passenger seat.
56.
And that's the driver door open of the Nissan Sentra, and you can see inside the driver compartment.
57.
And that's a picture of the back seat area where a broken Bud Light lime bottle was found.
58.
And that's the picture of the Bud Light lime 6-pack bottle box and bag in the back seat.
And 59.
And that's a picture of a Smirnoff Ice bottle that was in the front passenger floorboard.
60.
That is the front of the Dodge Charger patrol vehicle, more focused on the front left side.
And 61.
And that's the same vehicle, more focused on the front right side.
Now, can you tell me what this is right here?
That is a push bumper. It's placed on all patrol vehicles.
What is that for?
Assist with pushing vehicles out of the roadway, and also contact damage on the front end. Assist with that also.
Okay. Is it designed to protect the patrol vehicle?
I would say at minimal crashes, yes.
Okay. And this is all the car, is that correct?
Yes, all that. Yes, that is
So
correct.
that's all the way around?
It does. It wraps around the front and to the front right fender area.
Okay. Do you know what it's made of?
Metal, I believe.
I just-
It's kind of red light back.
Okay, green light. What's the answer? We'll get to that.
Sorry about that. Okay. And 62.
That's the front end of the patrol car at a lower level picture, straight on.
And 63.
That's the watch guard camera system stored in the trunk. 64. That's the same device as the top picture of it showing the decal.
Now, this is where the dash cam video comes from?
That is correct. That's the one that Tommy Crafton, that works in our internal affairs office, that's where he removed the video from.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Stitcher. All right, so you've gone out, you've taken pictures, essentially in daylight, right? From after the vehicles have been removed from the scene, then what do you do?
Trooper Brandon Stone, Jonathan Driscoll, Byron Mims, and myself traveled to the collision scene.
Sergeant, I'm going to stop you for just a second. I know that you're referring to something. I know this was a long time ago. Can you just tell me what it is that you're using to refresh your recollection?
On this, right?
Yes, sir.
I reviewed my case file this week, and I jotted down a few notes. This has been almost 10 years ago, so just refreshing my memory. So
Understood, and it's fine. I just wanted everyone to know what was happening. So I apologize. Please continue.
So we traveled to the collision scene area, and we conducted a forensic map of the scene. Also, the BP station that was next door, we were able to obtain video from outside the store showing the collision scene area. We obtained that video that day also.
Did the video actually show the collision?
It does. It's a very it's hard to view, but if you focus on what you're looking at, and it's darkening, of course, so that you can see it actually occur. It's just very poor quality video.
And so during your investigation, did you learn what the defendant had been doing prior to the collision?
I did. I later interviewed him. That's how I discovered what he'd been doing that evening.
Okay, and where had he been?
Yes.
Excuse me. It's been happening all week. Let's redirect for just a second. You pulled phone records for Mr. Ball and for the defendant?
We did.
Right, and those results showed that neither one of them appeared to have been on their phones at the time?
I believe that is correct.
Okay. And I believe there was an individual that was sent to the hospital to investigate Mr. Wall for DUI. Is that accurate?
That is correct. He went to a Grady hospital, and then I believe the troopers on the scene contacted the Atlanta area trooper and advised that they had probable cause at the scene to believe that alcohol might be involved, and dispatched the trooper to that hospital to try to speak with the driver.
Okay. Did they just pick a trooper at random?
I guess the dispatch in Atlanta would have decided to go through to see him for that.
Or was it just any trooper? Or was it a trooper with specific training?
I'm not aware of his training. I remember his name, I think, but I don't know him.
Was he a member of a particular unit?
I can't recall. I'd have to see my file to know if he was. think it's in the investigative summary. It probably mentions it.
Got it?
Yes.
Thank you.
Page one.
Okay.
Put that over. See if it refreshes the recollection.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Yes, it does. His name was Trooper Brandon Parker, and he was a member of the Nighthawks for our department.
What are the Nighthawks?
It's a DUI task force.
Okay, so you sent a state patrol DUI officer to investigate Mr. Wall at the hospital.
They did.
Okay. And at any point, did you ever develop enough probable cause to charge Dylan Wall with a DUI?
From my recollection, I believe he was hooked up to medical equipment, and I think Trooper Parker advised that he could detect anything, get close enough to detect anything of an odor of alcohol. So it was a test was not done.
I'm not sure that answered the question, but
That's me.
okay. Did you ever develop enough probable cause to charge Mr. Wall with the DUI?
Oh, no.
Okay. Okay. And crash reports were done also as a part of your overall case investigation, is that correct?
I believe the on-call non-commissioned officer at the patrol post was Sergeant Brian Blankenship. I believe he came out and did a red report, got out a red report for this police.
Okay.
And it is in our case.
And there were actually two for whatever reason.
I think one's a supplemental.
Maybe an
to that.
initial
Yeah,
and then after the fact?
something adds in. I probably after when you add, when the blood's sent off to crime lab and it comes back months later, you get the results. Sometimes you'll update your report as a supplemental, or you might have to add a correction in. So there's usually extra reports, especially in a case like this.
Okay, and there's a section on these reports where it says law enforcement suspected alcohol use, law enforcement suspected drug use. Is that accurate on these 4 reports?
That is correct.
Okay, and on both of those reports for Mr. Wall, it says no.
It does say that, but I distinctly remember in our command staff, not one, that he had, Sergeant Blankenship, I think, had checked drinking, but unknown if he's under the influence, and they told him to just put nothing. I do recall that.
Because again, he was not charged
That's
ever
correct.
with
He was not charged.
being under the influence. Now, you also took some photographs of the roadway in the daytime, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Get that. What's been marked as 65 to 77? If you would please take a look at those for me. And you just get back, just let me know.
65 to what number?
77.
Okay.
Do you recognize those?
I do.
Did you take the photos? Or were you just present on there?
I'd have to look at, let's summary to see whether I took them or not, but I would have been present for sure.
Okay, so you recognize what's in them?
I did.
And did they fairly and accurately represent the scene, but in the daytime? Your Honor, at this time, we would tender, state 65 through 77.
Those there can identify these.
All right, 65 through 77 are admitted and published.
Thank you, Judge. All right, so 65. Can you tell me what that is?
It is a photograph over an overhead shot of the collision scene area, focusing, looking southbound.
Excuse me. And I apologize, I don't think I asked you, when did you take these?
I would, like I said, without reviewing my summary, I would have to be assuming we took them the day we mapped the scene. I'm not seeing it yet. So here we.
Well, let me ask you this. Would it have been...
Okay, I think I'm
You got it? Okay.
Looks like it was on Tuesday, September 29th.
Okay, so just a few days.
Yes.
All right, perfect.
This picture that we're looking at.
All right, so tell me again, were aerial photo, was it looking south-ish?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And so this road is what?
That would be Holly Springs Drive.
Okay, and this is the turn?
That is correct.
That
That's coming from the south lane where your arrow is pointing, southbound lanes and into the median crossover.
All right, and the defendant would have been traveling this direction?
Northbound, correct.
Right? Okay.
That's correct.
Now, tell me what this is. This is 66.
This is the north, focusing, facing north on Georgia 1 on the highway, and you can see the BP station up ahead on your far right.
And 67?
This would be traveling northbound still, going up the Hillcrest, and you can see the turn lane for the BP station and then the sign for the BP station on the right.
Now, what is the speed limit for this road?
55 miles an hour.
And this is State 68. What is this?
That's a picture of the northbound lanes. To our far right out of the picture is where the BP station is looking. You can see the grass in the median area, and then, of course, the sign in view.
And what is that sign for?
That sign is a warning sign. It warns drivers that there's a intersection approaching, and it gives you a suggested speed of 45, but the speed limit is 55 miles per hour. It does the same type things in areas where there's sharp curves. Lists the same type of information showing you which way the curve is and stuff like that. So it's just kind of a warning sign for drivers. And then it also lists the roadways that are going to be on your left and right as you approach the scene.
And 69?
It's the same sign that's on the right-hand shoulder, but coming up facing if you're traveling north. And then you can see the BP station in the background.
And 70?
This is a little farther up the Hillcrest. You can see the BP station and the turn lane for the BP station on the right as we're traveling up the Hillcrest northbound.
71?
And this is as you're topping the Hillcrest. Now you can see toward the left side of this lane, you see the median crossover right there, and the BP station on your right, and then you can see the right turn lane for Holly Springs Drive as you approach on the right.
72.
Topping the Hillcrest, you see the left turn lane to enter the median crossover. This is still traveling northbound. And then you got a better view of Holly Springs Drive on your right and the right turn lane for it.
And 73?
Closer view of the same area. See the left turn lane for the median crossover, and then the right turn lane for Holly Springs Drive and the northbound lanes.
Now 74.
This is now facing south, so this would be the southbound lanes of Georgia 1. And as you can approach, you see the truck in the middle. The tan truck is in the median crossover for that area.
And 75?
Once again, this is a closer view of that same southbound direction, where you enter the median crossover is right there on your left, and then you see the left turn lane for the vehicles traveling northbound right there is where the pickup truck is located that you see in view.
So both lanes, both sides of the highway have an opportunity to turn left into the respective roads on either side. Is that?
I would say the northbound lanes has a left turn lane. The southbound lanes does not have.
Just has a cut through though.
Yeah, I believe it's open. The intersection has been changed at this point, so it's not the same as it is now. But there's no turn lane for the southbound traffic.
And 76.
This is a view standing in the median crossover area. You see the BP station on your left, and you see the northbound lanes, the left turn lane for the northbound lanes, and you can see right there where that do not enter sign is, you can see the right turn lane for Holly Springs Drive.
And 77.
This is a closer view of the northbound lanes from the median crossover area, and you can see the left turn lane for the northbound lanes.
Thanks.
Mm-hmm.
Now, as part of your investigation, do you pull what they call the autostats for the vehicles involved?
We do. I'm not sure if they still do that, but at the time we pulled autostats on any vehicle that was involved in a collision.
And if you could please tell Jerry what those are.
Just the websites you can go on. It pulls the stats for each vehicle. Just gives you some type of information about each vehicle.
And what exactly are they? Like, what information is contained there?
I just look at the report to tell you everything in it, but it gives you the information about the vehicle as far as what it contains, the weights of the vehicle and whether the type of braking it's got. I know that's in there. I don't remember all the stuff without looking at it. It's hard
Does it
to
tell you dimensions? It tells you the wheel width and the bumper height and
that's correct.
the length of the vehicle and that kind of thing?
Yes.
Okay. So when it says curb weight, what does that mean?
I'm not exactly sure what curb weight is, to be honest with you.
Thank you. Now, you've been trained in accident reconstruction, correct?
I have.
Okay. And you were the commander of the skirt team?
That's correct.
And these are stats that you routinely would pull, correct?
We routinely enter the auto stat form into the file. As far as how much I've ever used that before, very low. Not a case.
Okay, so I know you probably don't recall, but if I showed you the auto stats, would you be able to tell me the weights for
Yes,
each respective vehicle?
absolutely. That would help me a lot. Thank you.
So can you tell me what the weight is for the Nissan Sentra?
You want the curb weight or the gross vehicle weight rating?
I would like the curb weight.
Curb weight is 2,638.
All right, so this for this particular car without people in it, but as you would buy it off a car lot, that's how much it would weigh.
That's correct.
All right, so tell me how much the defendant's vehicle weighs.
4,281.
And does that particular statistic, that includes, right, that it's what they would call the police package?
It
Right,
does.
that it includes,
Yes, ma'am.
it has lights and sirens and other things that civilian vehicles don't have.
That's correct.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now, Sergeant, are you and the defendant friends?
Say that again?
Are you and the defendant friends?
No.
Did you know him before this collision?
The only way I knew him was he became a state trooper.
Okay. Did you ever have any contact with him before this collision?
I'm sure I did because we worked cases in that area, but I can't recall ever working a case with him, to be honest with you.
Okay. But at this time, what was your patrol area? Back then?
We covered Troop D, which is, I believe it's 5 patrol posts. We covered the area for. It was Carroll and Douglas County, which is Villa Rica territory. And then we went down I-75 in Macon, and came all the way over to Columbus and back up the state line to Carroll County.
Okay. And that would have included where the defendant was assigned?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Good morning, good afternoon, Mr. Barrett.
Just a few questions about what we've seen. I'm sorry, that's your mouse. We saw some photographs, and you identified the photographs. One was an aerial photograph. Do you remember number? I think it was state number 65, I believe. You remember seeing that photograph?
I believe it was the only aerial photograph that we looked at.
How did you obtain that aerial photograph?
Appears. I'm thinking, I'm seeing on here who actually flew the drone.
Was there in fact a drone used in your investigation, or did you use footage from a drone?
Without seeing it in my case report, I can't answer that question. I apologize, but like I said, that's almost 10 years ago. I can't remember recall it.
If you were to see drone footage, would that help refresh your recollection?
Possibly.
Gentlemen, we do that outside of question of the jury.
Yes.
Thank you.
Barrow. Same video that we attempted to show the previous picture. And I think the last ones. But based on the state 65, we want to readdress that very issue.
State 65.
Yeah, we're going to say 65 is the elevated. See that, Mr. Barrow?
Yes, sir.
Tell me as long as you need to watch it.
It appears that we see our patrol cars, or some patrol cars over here on the right-hand side in the store parking lot.
You stop. When you say in the parking lot, it's so clear.
That is correct, yeah.
We're to the right, where we're looking in that area. That's correct. So, if this were done, there appear to be trooper vehicles in the footage of what there.
Appears to be, yes.
So, do you recall State Patrol doing this, or was it done by someone else, or was it part of your investigation?
I do not recall it as far as my memory.
Okay. Now, you identified State's Exhibit 65 just a little while ago was the steel frame. Would you agree it's very similar to what we see right here?
Is that the over there?
Yes, over. I apologize, sir.
Pretty similar, yes.
Okay. Do you know, as skirt team investigator, as the chief of the team, anybody else that you're aware of fly a drone that you didn't see?
I'm not aware of it.
And you identified those patrol cars or patrol cars there in the right hand side. Was the drone flown the day y'all were out?
I don't recall flying a drone at this time.
All right. Where else would you have been able to obtain State Exhibit 65, the aerial photograph, other than from a drone flight?
Trying to remember when we got our drones. I don't recall it being. It's not in the case file or the investigative summary part, so I don't think it was our drone that would have been used because that would be mentioned.
Did you ever contract with anybody to fly on drone on behalf of the State Patrol?
Not that I can recall.
Okay. Would that have come through you, or did someone else have made that connection? As far as if you'd hired a third party, would that have come across your desk, or would it come through Atlanta? Who would have made that decision?
I would have thought I would have been notified, but like I said, I don't recall that being done.
All right, so I'm going to go back to State 65, and I don't have a physical copy. It's on a thumb drive. You identified it as something that look at this particular photograph again. This is not a photograph I handed witness but in the previous response, they said it was 65. How many years have you identified her? What is it?
Yes, a picture of, overhead picture of the collision scenario.
Now, can we turn maybe focus this another
Would you like one on one screen and one on another?
If you would, yes. Okay. Now, we are looking at the same intersection, but from a different direction. Is that fair? And this one, on what we've shown you, is looking northbound. And the one that's behind you, around your left shoulder, it's looking southbound.
Correct.
Okay. All right. Now, I'm going to try to zoom in. Can you tell right below the PT station, is that a patrol car from state patrol with a light bar on the top?
I mean, it's kind of fuzzy and blurry, but I mean, it appears it could be, yes.
Right. Okay. And if we look in reference to our video here, in fact, there would be a patrol car that lines up positioning with what's in state 655 that's in this, what we're calling drone video.
That's fair.
So, you testified earlier, correct, you used this photograph as part of your overall search investigation. Is that right?
If it was in our case file, yes.
Can you say, if you can't, it's okay, is it likely that that photograph came from this drone footage?
Ask that again, please.
Good. Can you say that that photograph came from this drone footage? And I'll bring a couple other points to the light to. You'll notice in the still footage a couple of things that I think make it even more remarkable. Is that as you'll notice in the drone footage, beside the trucks, or beside the patrol cars, there's a white truck that is backed in with its front facing towards Gerald. Fair enough?
Next to the patrol car?
Yes. Here. And there's one back in there, correct?
That's correct.
All right. Then there's a white pickup truck just to the side of it, which is also to the side of it.
That is correct, and there's one behind it also.
And there's an angled truck, particularly parked at an angle more like 45 degrees both there and here.
That's correct.
And there actually is also a blue pickup truck that is to the right of the angled and the second white truck that is also present here, correct?
Correct.
And there also appears to be some sort of probably a couple of trucks, looks like a lot of dollars behind it, that appears to be in this one as well, positioned behind the blue truck as it is in this photo.
Looks good.
Okay. So, now, all these points of reference, one would have to conclude, and I'll be back a little bit further. We'll compare just a bit more. If you'll notice, there's yet another white vehicle that has its back end facing the BP gas station. In the drone video, in the video, and in the still frame behind it.
Yes.
And there's another log truck behind that and behind this.
Correct. Right.
Okay. Again, and to be fair, you're very familiar with this area, correct?
I am.
Your parents around the store, not parking here, correct?
Yes, the next door.
Next door, Kangaroo.
Yeah, but I think it might have been a BP at one time.
Okay. So you're very, very familiar with the area.
I am.
Okay. So, can you say now that in fact the cars that are, or the drone footage is the same as the photograph you identified?
You can, yes.
And I'll go just a little bit further just to hammer the point home. There's a green car that is now facing the station in the photograph. Looks like a green SUV right here.
Which picture am I looking
The
at?
one on your left hand side, right here. You see that one? Okay.
I did.
And then the green in the photograph here with the cursor part, is that in fact a green SUV?
It appears to be, yes.
So, can you conclude this one? Have you been adequately refreshed your recollection that in fact the drone footage, the photograph the state showed X65 is in fact the drone footage?
Yes, it appears to be, yes.
I think at this time he has now identified the drone footage and has identified it sufficiently that in fact it was taken from the drone. And I'm just asking to introduce the drone footage that he identified and discuss it.
Any objection? This is the drone.
That's the drone, that's the 65 case.
And this is still fire.
Yes.
Do we defer time?
Yes.
Thank you, Mike. May your titles. Close the funny up there.
Probably better. It's probably a better choice. Okay, Your Honor, I think we're ready for the jurors. I don't want to speak very much.
We are not going to object to your getting some of this evidence. No.
All right, so just to make sure before we call the jury back in, will there be a request to admit it and then no objection, or are you just going to move forward with using it?
We have discussed the use for it, Judge, and I think we're agreeable in that regard. But we do not think the state authority took the drug for it. Foundationally,
Right, I admit. All right, so you just want to move forward with using it, or
Yeah,
I just want to make sure what we're going to do in front of the jury
we-
before we bring that to the back.
sure, it would be the attorney covered usage.
Right.
We would object.
Okay.
I would ask them to play it and use it, and obviously they can't take it back. Continue with it, see what's the
Right.
when they want to see it, they have to come back later.
So you're going to, what's your number?
What number are we up to?
You're up to 17.
Can we call it 19 for the guy who already marked? Thank you. And you know, it's an old school with a disc.
Actually, no, I have a flash drive.
Yeah, let's just play what we're going to show. We just got to the.
All right, so you need to put it on a flash drive?
That we have it.
Okay. All right. All right. We can go ahead and bring jury in.
Mr. Barrow, we're going to start back kind of where we left off. About you had identified Texas Exhibit, I think it was 65, concerning the overhead elevated view. After you've had your memory refreshed, or recollection refreshed, do you recall that that came from a drone footage at some point of your investigation was gathered by your team?
If it was in the case file, then, we took it as part of evidence, but they actually shot the drone, I do not know.
Fair enough. We're going to show you what's been marked as Offense Exhibit 19, and it should show up on your screen, I hope. Or should it? Okay. Thank you. I'm sorry. If you would, Ms. Manley, please begin this. Before we do that, though, do you recognize this intersection?
I do. It's the intersection where the collision took place.
And for the jury's edification, I'm going to point a little bit. These lanes are running northbound, correct?
That is correct.
All right. These lanes are running southbound.
Correct.
This is Holly Springs Road, right here, correct?
That is correct.
All right. The BP gas station we first talked about is in the bottom right-hand corner.
Correct.
And you mentioned that there was some investigation done soon after. Is this a fair representation of how the intersection looked that night on September 26, 2015?
It appears to be the intersection. I can't tell all about the grass, whether it's been cut or not.
But the street itself, the actual distance to the intersection looks the same as it did September 26, 2015.
That is correct.
Okay. You can play it, Ms. Manley. Please. Please stop. Now, is it fair to say that this white vehicle here, well, don't know if it's a van, cargo van, is it in a position similar to that direction that the Nissan would have been traveling based on your experience and your investigation in this case?
Is it in a similar position? Is it making a turn?
Yes, it's making a left-hand turn.
It would be similar, yes.
Okay. And the traffic coming northbound would be the direction Trooper Stroud, correct?
That's correct.
All right. So we see it in 3 o'clock. Please play it for me again, Ms. Manley. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Stop. So, prior to becoming search team member, you were a regular street trooper, right?
Correct.
Okay. And you have written citations for failure to yield, you've written citations and automobile collisions following too closely, all those sort of things, correct?
Yes, lots.
Okay. Watching that intersection with that car, could you say that car in fact did yield to oncoming traffic? Finken County.
I will say that car yielded the right of way.
And this is a natural setting of what the area looked like at the time.
It's the same place as in here, yes.
Yeah. Okay. And we don't know who this person in the, we'll call it the white van is, do we?
I do not.
Okay. So it's not anything that was staged or set up by the State Patrol for reconstruction?
No.
So that's in nature, that there was a car came up and we agreed that car stopped 12, 13 seconds. Is that fair?
That'd be fair.
Okay. Now I asked a little bit about the laws of the state of Georgia. I'm sure you're familiar with failure to yield. Do you know what the statute of the state of Georgia is for failure to yield?
There's different ones. One for turning left, I think, is 40-6, that's 71, I believe.
And if you recall, and I know it was part of your life for a long time, not anymore, do you recall essentially, and if you know it verbatim, if not, do you recall what it says?
I do not verbatim. I have to have a copy of it.
Okay. If I were to show you something to help refresh your recollection, would be helpful. Sure. All right, I'm actually looking at
Yes, sir.
Don't read from it, but after you've read it, let me know. Okay. Okay. Now, now that you've been refreshed, recollected, been refreshed, what would that 671 say?
It basically says that a vehicle turning left within an intersection will yield the right of way to vehicles approaching from the other direction.
Okay. And that is exactly what this case is, correct? Left-hand turn and the vehicle approaching the other direction. Is that a fair and accurate?
That's fair.
And just so we're clear, yield would mean what to you as a law enforcement officer for all those years?
Yield would mean not pulling into the intersection in front of a vehicle to cause that vehicle to have to make a maneuver to avoid you or keep from striking you.
Now, I'm going to ask you a little bit about DUI because the state asked you about DUI. The trooper that was sent to the hospital. Now, and just, I'm going to back up and ask a question before that. You were not on the scene. You said you were out of town, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And without giving you an address, this intersection not far from where you live, right?
I would say 5 minutes or less.
Had you been on call, if you had been in town, you would have responded to the same.
Absolutely.
Okay. But Trooper Stone and you think you said Mims and Driscoll, is that correct? They showed up?
That's correct.
Okay. And just so the jury understands, if you're on the skirt team and you get a call at 2 in the morning, you kind of got to go, right?
That's correct. We have an on-call officer who responds. In this case, since what it was involved in, they had additional responding.
Okay. And when they call, dispatch calls, you got to put on the gear and go. Is that fair?
That is correct.
Okay. All right. So when the officer, and I think he called his name, the trooper Brandon Parker. Did you know Trooper Parker?
Not that I can recall.
Okay. And they sent him. You believe you testified earlier. You believe that he went to Grady, correct?
That's correct.
All right. Now, I'm going to ask you something about being law enforcement. Many years that you've been in law enforcement. Have you ever worked at DUI where you've got a search warrant for someone's blood?
Yes.
Okay. And that is a possibility that's available to law enforcement, correct?
Correct.
And they would have to go to an attached magistrate and present enough probable cause for a magistrate to sign a search warrant to obtain blood. Is that a fair statement?
Correct.
Okay. And in this case, that did not happen, correct? That you know of?
Did not.
Okay. Do you know if it was attempted? Did someone, and if you don't know, that's okay. Did someone attempt to contact a magistrate, a state court, superior court judge, someone in Fulton County at Grady?
No, I think, to my recollection, like I said, we had the probable cause on the scene with alcohol, odor in the car, and the broken, open containers in the vehicle. So that was the process we were going through. I think once Trooper Parker got there and was not able to, to get the driver to assess it, then I think that ended our probable cause, is what I was told. I believe Trooper Stone's the one that advised me of that.
Okay. Now, and I mentioned before, and I'll ask you, are you familiar with the term totality of circumstances?
I've heard of it.
If there's enough indicators at a scene, it can warrant either a arrest for DUI and or an investigation for DUI and or a search of one's blood, urine, or breath. If there's a totality of circumstances, if there are more than one or two things. Is that fair?
That's fair.
Okay. And have you done that in your career based on totality of circumstances?
I have.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, that's all I have. Hope you enjoyed retirement.
I'm sorry.
Now, who's aware of the failure to yield while turning left, like 40-6-7?
Correct.
It doesn't just stop with any vehicle approaching from the opposite direction, correct?
Correct.
There's more to it.
There was some other wording in there, yes.
Sure, which is within the intersection or so close thereto as to constitute an immediate passage.
Correct, yes.
Okay. fair to say vehicles that can't be seen or are far away, that means that they may or may not constitute the immediate hazard, correct?
That's possible.
Okay. So not just any vehicle coming down the road, fair?
Fair.
All right. Now, I want to talk to you about your probable cause. Now, you said that you had probable cause at the scene to do what exactly?
That's why the trooper was sent to Grady, because we had the probable cause to believe that alcohol could be involved, so he was sent to try to figure that out.
Okay, but probable cause would get you a warrant, would it not? That is, in fact, the standard for a search warrant is probable cause.
Once you have it established and able to figure it out, yes.
All right. So if you had probable cause at the scene, you would have been able to get a search warrant, would you have not?
Not without going to see the driver. I would think you would need to go assess him, I guess you'd say.
So what you had at the scene was the odor of alcohol in a vehicle and broken beer bottles.
That's correct.
Right. So that therefore would not have amounted to probable cause, correct?
I think since we had the possibility of being able to go to see him at Grady, I think that was why you would go a step further. I think that would be, if we didn't do that, I think we'd have been questioned on, well, you didn't even go, assess the driver.
Sure. But again, my question is, you indicated that you had probable cause at the scene based on the smell of alcohol in a car and broken beer bottles.
Correct.
Right? Have you ever based a DUI case on the smell of alcohol in a car and broken beer bottles?
Not without laying eyes on the driver, I can't recall doing that. Based on myself, I guess I'd say. I don't know. I can't recall myself when I was on the road working a wreck and not following up with the driver, at the hospital.
Okay. So, would it be fair to say that the use of the phrase probable cause based on what you had right there at the scene is inaccurate? Would it be more fair to say that it was perhaps a reasonable suspicion?
We were trying to establish the probable cause. That was just part of the process. We were following up with it.
So, based on what you just said, then you didn't yet have it.
Yeah, I would agree with that. That's why we were going a step further.
All right. And then you, of course, wrote your report about this case, correct?
Correct.
And you indicated, in fact, that there was no probable cause to believe that Mr. Wall was under the influence.
That was assessed by Trooper Stone. Toby once Trooper Parker was unable to assess the driver and detect any alcohol. Then he said that ended probable cause. That's what I was advised.
So that's what you, in fact, wrote in your story.
But that sounds correct, yes.
Just a little housekeeping first. Your Honor, I'd like to continue to finish the 19th, if I may.
Yes, it's okay.
Trooper, just a little bit more in that same line of question. This just wasn't alcohol and the smell of alcohol in the car. It was a collision, correct?
Correct.
And you knew that there were, in fact, fatalities and serious injuries, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you knew it was not just a single car accident, correct?
Correct.
And you knew that there was alcohol in the roadway, correct? Based on the photographs and other pieces of evidence, correct? All right. So it wasn't just a bottle in the car and the smell of alcohol. It was a little bit more than that, correct?
I'd say so, yes.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Anything further from the state?
Still wasn't probable cause.
Like I said, probable cause is ended with Trooper Parker's assessment.
All right, any objection to Mr. Barabendi's case?
No, Your Honor, may I approach just for a minute?
Yes.
scheduled for tomorrow morning? Or do you have another? One more today? I'm sorry, y'all. We're going to take a recess until 3:50.
And take control of this question. You swear or affirm the testimony you give in this case is the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God. You can lower your hand and have a seat. Hold that microphone or to be extendable. Just make sure you can talk into it. But that's comfortable and there's some water there if you want.
Thank you.
All right.
Good afternoon.
Hey, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Good.
Can you please introduce yourself to the jurors?
My name is Brandon Stone.
And Mr. Stone, can you, I guess, yeah, I know it's kind of short and
Yes.
you're kind of tall.
Brandon Stone.
Good job. And are you currently employed?
Yes, ma'am.
Where at?
Not laboratory.
I'm sorry?
Not laboratory.
What do you do for them?
I'm a Crash Reconstructionist.
And how long have you been with them?
Roughly a year and a half.
And were you formerly with Georgia State Patrol?
Yes, ma'am.
When did you start there?
With Georgia Petrol?
Yes.
1997.
And then when did you become part of the skirt team?
2006.
And did at some point you leave the skirt team?
I was detached from the skirt team. I never really actually left, but I was detached to the Georgia Public Safety Training Center for SIDE.
And is that what we affectionately call gypstick?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so what is gypstick for obviously folks that wouldn't know?
It's called Georgia Public Safety Training Center. It's where law enforcement, fire, public safety employees go for training.
So, from all over the state?
Correct.
Corrections officers, cops, state patrol,
Fire.
right?
Yes.
Everybody. And so you went there and when?
2017, I believe it was.
And what did you teach there?
Accident reconstruction and some driver's training classes.
Okay.
I was primarily there for accident reconstruction.
Did you teach something that would be called EVOC?
I did for the Georgia State Troopers.
And what does EVOC stand for?
Emergency Vehicle Operations Course.
All right. About how many crash investigations do you think you've done?
My entire career?
Yep.
I would say 1,000.
And so tell me about the training that you went through to become an accident reconstructionist.
Yeah, so as a state trooper, when you go to what we call trooper school, there's a 3-week-long course you go through. It's called On Scene 1 and 2, where it's teaching essentially evidence presentation, determining what evidence is, what type of evidence in the car crash. The second or last week of the training is speed estimates from sliding. Once you get through trooper school, you later, back when I was a trooper, you had to put in for the extra courses, which I did so, which are 5 levels, Recon 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, which are all a week long.
And so when you say recon, that's short for reconstruction?
Yes, accident reconstruction course.
Okay. And do you have any other certifications related to accident reconstruction?
Yes, ma'am. I took various courses throughout my career. I'm also AVTAR accredited.
And what does that mean?
So there's an accreditation commission for traffic accident reconstructionists that exists that we can go and take an exam to show our proficiency in accident reconstruction, and I have that accreditation.
Do you know what AVTAR stands for?
Accreditation Commission of Traffic Accident Reconstruction.
Okay. And now this is not law enforcement specific,
No, it is
correct?
not. No.
Anyone can.
Anybody can go to that.
Right, assuming that they can pass this exam.
Correct.
How long is the exam?
It's scheduled for 8 hours. It takes every day.
Okay. And how long have you been AVTAR certified?
I think since 2018.
Okay. Yeah, at this time we would tender Mr. Stone as an expert in speed determination. And then I guess we follow up with the ACM and CDR.
All right, since there's no objection, then he gets tendered, or he's admitted as an expert in
Speed determination.
All right, you can go ahead.
Thank you. And let me follow up with some additional questions. Are you certified or have you been trained to remove, I guess, or image the information and assess the information that comes out of what we mortals call the black box of a vehicle?
Yes, ma'am. The black box is called an airbag control module, which if your vehicle has an airbag in it, has a module. And I am trained in how to extract and interpret that data. I also teach a class on how to extract that.
Okay, so the box itself is the airbag control module, and then there is something inside that records information?
That's correct. That's called the EDR, or the event data recorder.
Okay, and what kind of information does it record?
Each vehicle is different. But for the most part, every vehicle is going to snapshot usually 5 seconds prior to the collision or jerk or the initial airbag deployment of how fast the vehicle is going, and seatbelts are used, steering, braking.
Do the airbags have to deploy
No.
for there to be an event?
No, if the vehicle feels a jerk or a bump that's significant enough to wake the airbag module up, it can read crash data. But if there's a deployment of the airbags, it locks the data.
Okay, so when you say locks, tell me about that.
Okay, so think about if there's just a bump, let's say you hit a pothole in the road, that might have been significant enough to wake up the airbag module in your car, and the airbag module think, oh, we might be in a wreck. Is it bad enough I need to deploy an airbag? When it sees the data, no, that bump was not nearly enough to deploy an airbag. It will keep that data. It will say, hey, there was a non-deployment event. Let's say later on you're involved in a crash where the airbags does deploy. That data is also kept, but it's in locked status. In a non-deployment event, that information can be volatile, meaning over time, if it's not deployed, if the airbag's not deployed, it will lose that information. It'll just rewrite it. But if it's deployed, it locks.
So the module itself, is it essentially recording, just over and over and over and over
yes,
and over
but
again?
it's not going to stamp it until it feels that initial jerk of a collision.
Okay. And then you said something about 5 seconds. Tell me about that.
So 5 seconds prior to the collision, or prior to algorithm enable, which means the deployment of an airbag. So if the vehicle strikes something and it deploys an airbag, it's going to look back 5 seconds prior to that collision and snapshot that information. Usually every second, maybe every half second, maybe every tenth of a second, depending on the year, make, model.
Okay. Is it always 5, or is it?
No, it can be
sometimes
more. It can be 7, and some older Fords, the PCMs, powertrain control modules were 20 seconds.
Oh, okay. Your Honor, at this time we've tendered him as an expert in the ACM and CDR.
No objection.
He is admitted as such an expert.
Now, how did you get involved in this particular case?
I was on call as the skirt investigator that evening of the collision.
Okay. And who calls you?
So as a state trooper on the SCRT unit, we have an on-call officer, on-call trooper. I was on call that night for the collision. When the crash occurred, the initial field troopers arrived at the scene and they called me, or essentially our dispatch called my home. Says, hey, there's been a collision, they need SCRT out there, and I responded.
Who else was with you?
Trooper Driscoll and Trooper Mims. I think that's all. It's been 10 years. So
Understood.
I believe that was all there.
Now, were there any victims or anybody who was involved still at the scene by the time you guys get there?
No, ma'am.
And how many vehicles were involved?
2.
Excuse me.
Yes, ma'am.
And what were those 2 vehicles?
There was a Dodge Charger police state patrol vehicle, and now I have totally blank. I cannot recall the other vehicle model. I don't recall. I don't have the crash report from me. I'm sorry.
Stand by.
Yes.
Yes. It was a 2005 Nissan Sentra.
And who was driving the patrol vehicle?
Mr. Trooper A.J. Scott.
And who were the occupants of the other vehicle?
Mr. Dylan Wall, was the driver. Benjamin, I believe it's Finken, was a passenger. Isabel Chinchilla and Kylie Lindsey were all passengers.
So you come on scene, and what do you do?
On our initial response to the scene, my job is to gather data, take pictures, locate physical evidence of the crash, make sure the vehicles are towed to a certain area that we can later do a vehicle inspection of the vehicles involved. So I took photographs. I say I took photographs. The guys I was with, I don't believe I took photographs, but we would take photographs and mark evidence, such as skid marks, gouge marks, final rest positions of the vehicles, such as that.
Did you also image the information from the CDR in the defendant's vehicle?
Yes.
The ACM. My apologies.
Yeah, the airbag control module in the Dodge Charger was imaged at the scene, and I did that.
So tell me about that process. How does that work?
So how to image it?
Yeah, how do you actually get it out of there?
Yeah, very simple. So under your steering wheel, there's a port. More likely, if you've been to a mechanic shop and they're trying to diagnose what's wrong with your car, there's something called a diagnostic link connector. And it's essentially a computer port. I plug up to that port, and I have a system called the Crash Data Retrieval System made by Bosch. I have my laptop, and I essentially image that data off the airbag control module through that DLC. So the vehicle has power. Very simply, just turn the key on, and we can image the information.
And we say image and not download. Why?
Well, we're not imaging, meaning I'm just taking a snapshot of the information on the EDR. I'm not taking it. Okay, it's still there. If you could, to this day, if they had the airbag module, you could still get that same information off of it. So it's just simply imaging instead of downloading.
Essentially, you make a copy.
Correct.
Are you able to change or alter or any of that data that you imaged?
No, ma'am.
Now, was that same information available for the Nissan?
The year model of the Nissan was too old. So at certain year models, of course, you think of 1955 Chevrolet didn't have an airbag module, so obviously there's not airbag, so there's not airbag module. In certain years, car manufacturers started putting the airbag module in the vehicle so we could image it. And Nissan didn't come on until 2012, I think. So the 2005 was too old.
Okay.
Martin 678. Can you tell me what that is, please?
This appears to be the image from the Dodge Charger. This is actually the report that you get printed out.
Okay. And it doesn't actually come out of the vehicle that way, does it?
No, it comes from the EDR. No. It comes in an electronic data form as a PDF in a native CDRX file.
I have no idea what that means.
So the CDR, Crash Data Retrieval System, has a prioritized file that when you download it, unless you have the CDR program, you can't read it. So essentially, I have the CDR program, I open it up and print it to a PDF where we can all look at it. And it can be easily printed.
Because otherwise it comes out as a bunch of numbers.
Yeah, it comes out as hexadecimal data.
Right.
Which is good luck trying to figure out what that is.
100%. Does that appear to have been altered in any way?
From glancing at it, no.
Your Honor, at this time we would tender state 78.
Go ahead, Sean. Yeah, that's
78
So you actually did some speed analysis for this case, correct?
Correct.
When you are doing an accident investigation, would you rely solely on that information?
No, ma'am. This data that comes from an airbag control module, it is good data, but we want to make sure that it's correct. So if there's another way we can determine the vehicle's speed without looking at this to compare, then we can know this is good information.
So you bring them out?
Correct.
All right. So in this particular case, what did you use
to conduct your speed analysis?
So the in-car camera video from Mr. Scott's patrol vehicle, I was able to look at that video and essentially do a time distance analysis from the frames that the video was shot.
All right, I want you to hold right there. Stay slow. Yeah. All right, I'm going to show you, hopefully on that screen. Was previously been admitted as stage 12. Now, while we're looking at this, the white lines in the center of the road, are those a standard length?
Yes, ma'am. Normally they are roughly 10 feet long, the white line, and usually 30 feet in between.
Okay. And that's on all roadways where
All state routes.
Okay. And when you say frame rate, tell me about that.
So video is shot in different frame rates. You've heard of high definition video. High definition may be shot in 60 frames a second, where our old VHS that we carried on our shoulder back in the day when your parents were videoing you playing ball might have been shot in 22 frames a second. It's not a lot lower. So the clarity of the video depends on the frame rate. So you have to determine what the frame rate of the video was shot in.
And how did you do that?
Very simple. The video comes out in a media form, and essentially we look at the metadata. All metadata is data about data. So the computer file that comes out, the AV file, video file, simply right-click that file and go to properties, and it'll tell you what that video was is shot at in frames.
And so I believe in your report you indicated that the dash line plus the distance between them amounted to 40.155 feet?
Correct.
Okay. And did you determine that by watching the video, or how did you figure that?
Yeah, so we essentially then take the video and put it into Adobe Premiere, I believe is the name of the program that we used back then. And we can slow the video down, and essentially each time we click the arrow, it will move only one frame. So if you watch the time clock, after 1 second, if I click 30 times, thus it is 30 frames every second. Does that make sense?
All right. So you use the frame rate to do what?
Well, I want to know how many frame rates are in that 1 second. So now I can watch the video, and if I know he has crossed a certain starting point, and he goes to the next starting point, which I know is a known distance of 40.155 feet, then if I click, let's say it's 30 frames a second, if I click 15 times, it took him half a second to get there. So that's half of 30. Does that make sense?
So then how did you determine the defendant's speed?
All right. So what I did was that method. Found out that the video was shot 30 frames a second. And what I want to do is simply say that 1 second divided by 30 is 0.033333 seconds every frame. So if I go 1 frame in time, that's 0.03333 seconds. I found that it took 10 frames for the patrol car to go 40.155 feet. So doing the math there, I figured out that the car would have been traveling 120 feet per second to traverse that 40 feet in 10 frames.
And so what does that amount to?
All right, so that's velocity. So velocity is in feet per second. Kind of hard to understand velocity when we're used to mile per hour. So we need to convert that feet per second to mile per hour, which we end up converting to 82.13 mile per hour.
And so that 82, let's call it 82. 82 miles an hour, and he is traveling at that speed at which point?
Roughly, I don't recall exactly what point of the video, but it was right before, right in that 5 seconds mark before the collision.
Okay, I believe you may have referenced that before he.
Please, I've got to refresh myself here. I apologize.
Take your time.
Okay, so in the collision, or in the video, you can see where Mr. Scott actually started steering to the right as he starts to react to the vehicle coming in front of him. He starts to steer, which is a normal reaction. Usually steering happens before braking. So I looked at right before that steering occurred of how fast he's going.
And so that would have been the 82 miles an hour?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did you also do a speed analysis of the Nissan?
Yes, ma'am.
So tell me about that.
Same method, essentially. Now I'm looking at going across.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, we can take a recess because the recording system has gone on and been affected. Yeah. So we're not even on the record right now. So it's going to take a minute to get rebooted and back up. And are y'all computers on? We're not connected. Okay, well, we're getting connected, so, looks like it's, right. So you let me know when you're back. Once the recorder lets me know she's back up and ready, then I'll check with the attorneys to make sure they can get back connected to what they need. And once everybody's back connected to everything, then we'll go. So, today we can take the tours.
For the private doctor. Which one do you want? Oh.
See that all sits on there?
can be seated, and thank you for your patience on that. We're all back to the
All right, we were speed analysis, victim's vehicle.
Yes, ma'am. Same procedure that I did with Mr. Scott's vehicle, the speed I did with the Nissan, looking at how far it would travel, how many range, and determined that the vehicle was 122.
Now, obviously, they're going in a different direction, right? So you can't use the white lines.
That's correct.
What did you use instead?
Essentially looked at the width from the edge of roadway or the edge of Highway 27 to where the, I believe it's impact area of where the impact occurred.
And how do you measure that?
From a scale factor.
Okay. So let's talk about that for just a second, because I didn't understand that for a long time. What do you use to make your scale diagram?
Yep. So at a later date after the collision, our team on SCRT went back out to the scene and conducted a forensic mapping of the roadway. We used I believe at the time it was a Leica total station. Same type of machine you'd see a surveyor use to survey land. We essentially used that machine to make plotted points on the edge of the road and the dash lines and all characteristics of the roadway, and import it into a CAD program or computer-assisted draw program to be able to lay out the actual scale roadway.
And so you use measurements that you had taken during that process.
Yes, ma'am.
To determine the speed of the victim's vehicle.
Correct.
Okay. Now, tell me about drag factor.
What do you want to know?
What is it?
So, drag factor is essentially how much deceleration a object has across a given surface. So, the way I best explain that is when I was a kid riding my bicycle during the summer, I lived on a tar and gravel roadway. And I knew for a fact that when I wrecked my bicycle, that when I slid across that tar and gravel, I stopped really quickly because how porous and that rock was. It really stopped me quick. But if I wrecked on grass, I would slide forever before stopping. So the coefficient of friction, or what we also call the drag factor, has a numeric value, how quickly something accelerates or decelerates over a given amount of time. So grass would be a lot lower drag factor or coefficient of friction than that asphalt surface, which was higher, if you could stop quicker.
And so how does that factor into your analysis in this case?
Well, since the patrol car was slowing or decelerating rapidly due to braking, then how the surface that the vehicle is on needs to be determined what the coefficient of friction, or when I say coefficient of friction, drag factor, essentially the exact same thing. What the drag factor of the roadway is. To do that, there's multiple ways you can determine how sticky, if you will, that surface is. In this case, we could have done test skids, we could have done a drag sled, we could have used a computer called an accelerometer. The problem there is, you want to go forward and talk about the problem in this case is that to determine that the night of the collision, there was a certain value of water or wetness on the roadway. Just like water is a lubricant. So if I put water on the roadway, it's going to be slicker than it would be if it was dry. Okay? So I don't know how much water was. It wasn't a downpour, but it had been raining, so I don't know how much water there is. So in this case, instead of using one value by testing the roadway, because I can't be there at the time that the wreck happened, to see how much water was on the road, I used a range by something called an SAE paper, which is, can't recall what SAE was called now, but anyway, there's Society of Automotive Engineers, I'm sorry. These are essentially engineers that do papers, studies on certain things to do with cars and car crashes. And there was a certain SAE paper that was written about coefficient of friction and drag factors on asphalt and different types of surfaces if they were wet or dry. So I used a range, the lowest to the highest value, and essentially looked at both the speeds.
And then what did you determine using the lowest value?
The lowest value SAE paper had was 0.4, I believe it was. Hold on. I'm sorry, 0.45.
And that is for a wet road.
And what that's saying is, on a wet road, you would have 45% of the available stopping power and gravity.
And so based on, so you think that drag factor, what did you determine about the collision?
So the question was, if Mr. Scott would have been doing the speed limit of 55 miles per hour when he first reacted and he slammed on brakes, could he have gotten stopped prior to hitting the Nissan? Now looking at that, if I use a 0.8 drag factor, I've got to determine the distance that he was at from the area of impact whenever this all occurred. And all I can say is that when he first reacts to the car pulling out in front of him, where was he at there? Because you can see in the video he starts to make that maneuver turn. I determined it to be approximately 156.170 feet. So to say 156 feet.
And that's when he begins to turn to the right.
Correct.
Okay.
So if he would have been doing 55 miles per hour on a dry roadway at 156 feet, can't he get stopped if he applies the brakes at that point? Well, the answer is he could have been doing a maximum of 61 miles per hour to get to that point. So if he'd been doing 55, he would have stopped. If the roadway was wet to the lowest value of the coefficient of friction of 0.45, then the maximum he could have went was 45 miles per hour. So, and if it was determined saying that, depending on where that coefficient of friction is, I can't say for 100% because of wet and dry. If it was super wet, no. If it was dry, yes.
The actual drag factor, though, at the time, is somewhere in between.
Somewhere in between.
Okay. So we are on the high end and the low end.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Judge, can I have him come down?
Yes.
Please.
You just want me to come down to you?
Yes, please.
Yeah.
Judge report, which is 70 page this is a page from the previous report, it states 78. We just made it long. I've shown it to the defense.
So, I got it. Home gaze, or I'll step around my back and look at it like that.
You can.
Thank you.
Now, can you tell me what this is?
This is page 177 of the skirt report. This is actually an excerpt page from the airbag control on the EDR data. You notice it says crash data retrieval possible.
Good. That's bad.
Okay, so first column here, this timestamp, what does that mean?
Can I step over with you?
Okay.
Okay.
I'll take it off.
So, the timestamp, like I told you before, 5 seconds prior to algorithm label, meaning algorithm label is the collision where the airbag says under the okay. And this is 5 seconds. So 5 seconds prior, this information is where the vehicle is at.
And so this is done in tenths of a second?
Tenths of a second, yes, ma'am.
All right. So at 5 seconds prior, the vehicle, let me go, pre-crash reported status. What does that mean? That's column.
Okay, then complete. So the pre-crash reported data, all the data was complete. It wasn't incomplete, so it's a good download. Good information.
And then the third column is speed.
Speed on the left side is miles per hour, on the right is clock.
And then, so.
I'll go
So at 5 seconds out, the vehicle is traveling at what speed?
It's reporting 90 miles per hour.
And then the point at which you did the calculations to determine the speed to be 82-ish, where is that in here?
So as you can see, where he starts to react to something, you can see the steering input angle. So essentially, if you're steering the vehicle, to the right would be negative value, to the left would be a positive value. So straight up and down would be 0. Okay? So all cars, it's not going to be perfect at 0, but you can see it's pretty much he's staying between 2 degrees of dead center, 3 degrees, and all of a sudden we start seeing deviation. Okay? And it gets pretty substantial deviation through to the right. And then right before the collision, you see a deviation to the left, which just makes sense in the video. You can see this occurring. So saying that, when I start seeing the change of steering, so around the 1.9 second mark, he's at 80 miles per hour.
So tell me about the column 4 acceleration.
Yeah, so the acceleration pedal is how much you're on the gas. If my foot's off of it, you're 0. If I'm a little bit on it, it's how much percentage. If it's all the way down to the floor, it would be 100%. So essentially he's just ghosting, giving it a little gas, a little bit more, and then he comes off of it. Around that same time, we start seeing the steering happen, and then right after that, we start seeing some brake. The ABS.
All right, so this is third column from the left-hand side, at least as I stand here, pilot, and it says ABS activity. So what does this mean?
So you have the surge brake at the ABS. As you come down to about the 1.6 mark, we start seeing the brakes apply. When the brakes apply, we don't have an ABS on yet. So if I'm driving down the road and I see a stop sign, I just put my foot on the brake and start slowing down. My ABS is anti-lock braking system. All ABS does is try to stop your tire locking. If the tire locks, like start to skid, you can't steer the vehicle. The vehicle's going to stay straight. We may have experienced this in our life, okay? Now, ABS essentially pulsates on top of the caliper, or the caliper pulsates on the rotor, and essentially does this, allowing the vehicle to still slow, but also still rotate. You can feel that in your car. You hit the brakes real hard, you hear it start really pulsating. That's when you know you're on the brakes really hard. Okay? So, he gets on the brake about 1.6, but then at the about 1.4, I think it is. Is that right? Sorry, 1.3, sorry to see. At 1.3, where he's really on the brake hard, activate the ABS, trying to do something.
And the braking is actually a little bit after the steering to the right.
Steering is probably going to be your first reaction, simply because your hand to your right. So sometimes you're going in, move your foot to the right. So the steering to the right would be a normal first reaction.
Okay. And then here, at 1/10 of a second, the speed of the vehicle is what?
66 miles an hour.
Thank you.
Yes. That is correct.
Now, we've seen the dash cam video, and we've seen where the actual impact on the victim's vehicle occurred. What would have happened to the Nissan after the impact, as far as like directionality?
What did happen?
Yes.
So, as Mr. Scott's vehicle started to steer to the right, they collide. They collide with he collides with the Nissan slightly rearward of the center mass of the vehicle. So every object has a center mass. Okay. So if you strike something behind the center mass, it's going to rotate. Okay. So he struck slightly behind it where he hits, and the vehicle starts to rotate. Both vehicles go off the edge of the road. I guess that would be to the northeast edge of the roadway, where they come upon the road.
Okay. And I do want to talk to you just for a second. We discussed EVOC. You instructed troopers in EVOC, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Tell me, what is that course about?
There are several courses. In trooper school, the state patrol does roughly around 3 weeks of driver's training in trooper school. I think it may be a little short of 3 weeks. The first few days is EVOC. We used to call it basic EVOC, where all law enforcement officers in the state of Georgia have to complete basic EVOC, where we're driving through cone courses. They do a braking course, teaching the person how to properly hit the brakes, threshold brake, so how to steer while braking. And then after those 3 days, we transition into advanced EVOC, where we're talking about high-speed pursuit style driving.
And how long? So the total of at least 3 weeks?
It's roughly 3 weeks. You do 2 weeks of 1 week of basic, 1 week of advanced, and they come back for either 3 or 4 days of hit and some other pursuit training.
Okay. And this is what all state patrolmen receive.
Back then.
Okay. Back then.
Then I think it's changed slightly since I've been gone.
Okay. All right. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
Maybe a while.
Yeah, y'all approach.
You may. Just to tell you, this is not a secret what's going on. We're trying to figure out if it's a stopping point or not a stopping point, and with the schedules and availability. So those are things we have to weigh. That's what's going on right now. Instead of sending you out, we should get that information in the next 2 minutes, and then we can make a decision. So that's what we're doing. Also combined with the evaluating weather, factoring that into right today. What we need to do. We are at a good stopping point at this primary 4. We're going to go ahead and break for today. And we can pick back up in the morning at 9 a.m. And then we'll be in recess. Actually, the jury can be excused. We'll just be back by 9. Overnight, between the duct and the cross. It's just the instruction that you're not allowed to discuss your testimony with anyone that you are sick. All right. Anything else you need to address before we break? All right, then we'll be in recess until 9 a.m.
Thank you.